A disclaimer, the methods and techniques described in this audio program are intended for last-ditch survival use only in the context of a total collapse of society where no other options are available. Many of these methods are dangerous and may expose you to the risk of severe injury or death. Do not attempt to replicate the methods described in this program, except as a last resort where you have no other choice. This information is offered as is, with no warranty of any kind, and the listener of this information assumes all risks associated with any application of the techniques and methods described herein. Welcome to the third report, which I call Gearing Up to Survive the Great Reset. We're going to talk about a lot of gear, a lot of resources, where you can acquire the things that you need, but more importantly, what exactly you do need. What are the core essentials, in other words? Because just to review quickly here, we've talked about the coming global reset. 90% of the world population will be, slaughtered, mass murdered. They will die off from starvation, disease, war, all these things, right? We know that there'll be a reset of the global economic system, obviously a global collapse, a currency collapse, governments will collapse, and so on. We know that you don't want to be in the cities when all that happens. Did a big talk about that. But how do you be among the 10%? That's what this report is all about. And the good news here, although that may sound absurd, given we're talking about a global economic collapse, 90% dead, how can we talk about good news? Well, 1 out of 10 live. And guess what? Turns out it's not that difficult to be among the 1 out of 10. You know why? Because perhaps 99 out of 100 people don't prepare at all. So if you spend 1 week preparing, if you spend $1,000 only preparing, you are already ahead of 99 out of 100 people. Did you know that? That's what's extraordinary. Sometimes people comment to me like, why are you talking about all this bad news? Give me some good news. I say, good news is in 1 week, you can probably be among those who live, as long as you're not stuck in the cities. So all you have to do is think about what's coming, listen to this information here, take some notes. And if you haven't downloaded the PDF yet that goes along with this, the PDF will list all the domain names and the URLs. We'll make a list for you, so you don't even have to take notes. But you can download that for free. Go to naturalnews.com, subscribe to the email newsletter. Click to it's on the upper right-hand corner of the site. You can click subscribe, enter your email address, and then when you click confirm on your email inbox, you'll be given the download links to download the audio programs, the PDFs, the coupon codes, everything else. It's all free because I would like you to join me in surviving. I don't want to be the only one surviving. I'd like to have lots of people survive, especially people who are into health freedom. So there's a key concept to understand in all of this. Well, there are a couple. The first one, though, the most important one, is to understand that it won't take long for the masses to die off. This is really critical to understand. The average unprepared person in the middle of a collapse will not survive 90 days. Ask yourself, how long can a person live without food? Maybe 30 days, maybe 60, probably not. But how long can a person survive without water? Maybe 3 days, maybe 5 days, not much longer. How long can a person survive without shelter? When the power grid goes down and they live in a city, and that city is, let's say, really hot, and it's summertime, and there's no AC, or it's really, really cold and it's wintertime and there's no power for heating, no fuel for heating, nothing. In those scenarios, how long does an unprepared person live? And the honest answer is that most people would die within weeks. Probably over 50% would die within weeks. And then probably over 70 to 80% would die within 3 months. In 6 months, it's probably more like 90%. And in a year, if those conditions persist, it's more like 99%. There are very few people who can survive these situations because they depend, obviously, on all these things every day. They depend on the local grocery store. They depend on fast food. They depend on electricity, water, all these things. So when you are thinking about surviving the collapse, There's going to be a wave of survivors who are exiting the cities looking for food and water and shelter. That wave, there will be a surge, probably within 30 through 90 days, something like that. And then after that surge, that will be over because most of the people will have already died off. So when you think about surviving the Great Reset, you need to think about how do you handle this one-time wave of desperate people, and after most of them die off, how do you then sustain your own life in your rural retreat location, wherever that is? How do you stay alive for the next 18 months to 2 years, which is what it will take for anything resembling civilization to begin to come back online? You probably won't have a power grid for 1 to 2 years, maybe longer. You probably won't have any real food supply for 1 to 2 years, maybe longer, and so on. So the purpose of supplies is to make it through this massive die-off surge, this limited time window, make it through the collapse, make sure that you can stay alive and you have calories and you've got nutrition so that you can then still be there when the rebuilding effort gets underway. And the purpose of firearms is to protect you from the one-time wave of the zombies, as we call them. I know that's not a nice term, but you probably figured out by now this is not a politically correct audio program. So when the zombies come for your food, how do you defend yourself against the zombies? We're going to talk about that in very specific terms, exactly which types of firearms to purchase, which ones. I'll name the brands and the model numbers. I'll name the red dot sights that you need. I'll name the night vision equipment, exactly where to get it. I'll talk about gold, silver, all these things, and storable food, everything. This is all about what you need in order to make it through this, but I just wanted to talk about first why you need it. Why you need it is because there's going to be this mass exodus out of the cities. There will be refugees, really is the best term to use here, fleeing out of the cities. And as they flee out of the cities, they're going to come for anything they need to survive: food, water, gold, money, shelter, land, firearms, anything. And that's going to be the hardest part to survive, by the way. After that, after the big die-off, then it's just a question of learning to grow some food. And it's not so easy, actually, but I'll give you some tips on that. And then making it through until some economies of scale could come back online when the economy gets kick-started again. Now, you might wonder, well, what happens if there are UN troops invading the United States during all of this? Or what happens if there's an invasion of Chinese troops or something like that? Yeah, that's a very real possibility. I'll talk about that too. That's just going to make life even worse. You're going to have to fight the invaders and grow food. And now you're in a full-blown, guerrilla warfare scenario, which I'll talk about here in a little bit. But the good news is, again, by taking a little bit of action now, you can be ready for all these things. Now, stocking up for 1.5 years worth of food is not necessarily such an easy thing, but you can make a start. You can have 3 months of food, and then you can add to that every chance you get. And you can build up to 6 months of food. You can get some garden seeds. You can be in an area where you can grow food. You can learn how to start sprouting. You can start growing potatoes like I'm doing. You can move into an area where there are ranchers who have cattle, for example, which is a food source, and then stockpile something to barter with the ranchers, such as ammunition. Ranchers love ammunition. I've bartered ammunition with ranchers before. They love that. They also are very appreciative of gold and silver, because ranchers are hands-on people, by the way. They're very practical people, usually patriotic Americans. Good people to know. Love ranchers. So let's jump right into the core essentials. Here's really what you need in terms of the categories. You need food, obviously. You need water filtration. You need shelter, i.e. your place in the country. You need some form of money, such as gold or silver, or ammunition, which is equivalent to currency in a collapse. You need probably some kind of electricity, some form of power, which I'll talk about. You also then need detection and observation equipment, and you need firearms for self-defense. Those are really the basics of what you need. So this isn't going to be a list of 500 items in your bug out bag. Don't forget the clothespins. It's not that kind of a list. 25 uses for saran wrap in your bug out kit. No, it's not that kind of list. We're going to cover the real core basics here. You can fill in all the blanks later. Don't forget the safety pins. Don't forget the aluminum foil. If you want to go MacGyver on everything down the road, that's fine. Don't forget to have some, water canteens, things like that. I'm not going to cover all that stuff. I'm going to cover the core basics that will keep you alive and give you those resources and some knowledge about those things. I mean, you can look up lists anywhere. I've got a website, survival.news. I've got another one called gear.news. It's all about survival gear. You can find all the lists you want at survival.news or gear.news. I'm going to talk about the core items here. So where do we begin? Let's start with money and currency and the global economic reset. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to wake up one day and the dollar will be worthless, and your bank account that has dollars in it, so to speak, will also be worthless. There'll be a freeze on all the banks with all the currencies, and it'll spread around the world. The central banks will be in a panic. Governments will be in a panic. This is the beginning of the end of the current debt-based global system. Fiat currency is not money. So dollars are not money. And anyone who says that dollars are money doesn't know what money is. Dollars are counterfeit frauds. Money is something that has inherent value. Money is gold coins. Money is silver coins or 22 long rifle ammo. That's money. Dollars are not money, which is obvious. When dollars collapse, you'll quickly discover they aren't money. They're really called Federal Reserve notes, by the way, which is a promise to, essentially it's a promise to confiscate the money, the debt from the U.S. taxpayers. That's what it is. But they're not even called really money on the dollar bill. It's called a Federal Reserve note. That's what it's called because it's not money. Now, you do need to have a form of alternative money. And I've already mentioned what they are: gold, silver, ammunition, things that can be bartered, things that people might accept. And there are certain properties of money that are universal. Money needs to be able to hold value. Money should be portable. Money should be fungible. That is, every unit of that money is the same. It's kind of a universal value that can be applied to any good or services, anything like that. Also, money should be able to withstand normal everyday use. And if you've ever wondered why gold is actually such a good form of money, it's because gold is inert and it is an element on the table of elements. So have you ever tried to burn gold and turn it into something that isn't gold? It doesn't work. And you can burn a $100 bill and you can turn it into ash. You're turning it into minerals and maybe, carbon smoke or whatever. Gold, you burn gold, all you get is melted gold. You can't change it into anything else. Same thing with silver. It's on the table of elements. You can freeze it, you can heat it, you can cook it, you can microwave it. I'm not recommending you do. You can eat it, and you're just going to poop out gold. Try eating your $100 bills sometime. You don't get money out the other end. But with gold, you get gold, end to end. That's why gold makes good money, because it's an element, and it's basically impervious to degradation or oxidation. I mean, really, the only way to destroy gold is to use acid, and all you're doing is you're just stripping gold and putting it into the acid solution. You're not even destroying it. You're just mixing it with the acid. If you take away the acid, it's still gold again. So you can't destroy gold. That's why it's great money. Also, I know there are a lot of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency fans out there, which is fine, that may have a use during all of this, possibly. I don't know. Bitcoin might go to $100,000. Well, actually, it'll probably go much higher. As the dollar collapses, the whole thing will be meaningless. If the value of the dollar goes to zero, then the value of Bitcoin versus dollars goes to infinity, right? Because you're dividing by zero. So it becomes pointless to describe the value of Bitcoins in dollars when the dollar collapses. But could Bitcoin be useful? Yeah, maybe. But not useful when the power grid goes down, is it? How are you going to get your Bitcoin? How are you going to log on? How are you going to mine? How are you going to transfer to your wallet? How are you even going to access your wallet? So in a total collapse scenario, the good thing about gold is no matter what happens on Wall Street or no matter what happens with the power grid, your gold is still there. You can still open up your safe or your little mini cash storage thing, whatever you have buried out in the yard with your secret treasure map. You open it up and guess what? Your gold is still there. Whereas you have money in the stock market, you wake up and that money's gone. You're like, what happened? It's gone. Your gold is not gone. In fact, if you had bought, it's a good metaphor on this, if you'd bought an ounce of gold, 30 years ago, you might have paid what? Maybe $300 or something like that, or $200. I don't know the exact price of gold 30 years ago, but it was something like that. You go back far enough, it was $35. Let's do that. Let's say you go back, 75 years and you bought an ounce of gold for $35 and then you buried an ounce of gold and you buried $35 side by side. Fast forward 75 years, you dig them both out of the ground. You got an ounce of gold and you got $35. Which one's worth more? The gold is worth more. The gold's worth basically $2,000. The $35 is worth, $35, which after all those years of monetary debasement, currency inflation, that $35 that back then may have bought you, I don't know, what would it have bought you? A nice suit and a suitcase or something. Today, it buys you lunch. You know what I mean? It's hardly worth anything anymore. The dollars have lost their value. The gold has not. So when you're stockpiling gold or silver that is physical in your possession, you are insulating yourself from all the currency collapses, all the Wall Street collapses, all the debt system imploding, all of that. And that's why gold is so important. Gold is also a lot more portable than silver. If you've ever tried to stockpile gold versus silver, you've noticed that 1 ounce of gold is worth what? Like 100 ounces of silver. I know that ratio changes from time to time. But I'd rather carry 1 ounce in my pocket than 100 ounces, especially if I'm trying to be mobile. I'm trying to move some assets somewhere. I don't want to be lugging around suitcases of silver coins. You should have a certain amount of silver because you'll need it to make small change, to buy some food, to barter something small. But you don't want to stockpile only silver. For the real storage of wealth, it's gold. And that's why all the billionaires in the world, they have vaults full of gold, because they know that when it all comes down, gold is what's worth real money. Gold is money. All right. In terms of other hard assets, land is something that doesn't disappear either. Normally doesn't disappear. I know governments can seize it with eminent domain, things like that from time to time. But for the most part, if you own a piece of land, you hold title to it, and it's properly recorded in your county typically, you can come back and claim that land at any future day, even after an economic collapse typically. But it's even better if you're on it and you can defend it and live on it. And no matter what happens to the stock market, your land doesn't disappear, does it? Now, the value of your land might fluctuate in dollars, but so what? Dollars are going to be worthless anyway. So in essence, your land is worth infinite dollars because land is real, just like gold and silver are real. So when you're talking about protecting yourself from the currency collapse, this is what's good to go into, is gold, silver, and land. All physical things, all things that you can touch. And land today, I want to talk about land purchases and what to look for. But first, let me give you the website where you can get gold and silver in physical forms. There are actually a number of websites out there. I happen to like stevequayle.com. And I know Steve. He's been a friend for many years. I've purchased gold and silver from him. He does a fantastic job. He gets me really high quality silver. There was a time that I bought silver from another online retailer one time. I thought I was going to get American Eagles, from the U.S. Mint. And what they sent me was a bunch of silver ounces that were just like random branded. I don't even know what they were. They weren't U.S. Mint silver. And I wasn't happy about that because I know that when it comes time, if I ever have to use these for money, let's say societies collapse and then there's a local, farmer's market and you can show up and you can buy things with silver. I want to make sure that the silver I bring is silver that everybody recognizes. Like they're going to look at it and say, yep, US mint silver. I don't want to bring something where they're going to say, we don't take that silver, whatever that is, some weird Canadian silver or whatever it is. I'm not slamming Canadians. And by the way, if you're in Canada, get the silver that your government makes. So translate this into your local area. If you're in Australia, use Australian silver. If you're in Mexico, use Mexican silver. I'm just saying, I'm in America. I want American Eagles, US Mint coins that everybody in America recognizes. So that's a key. SteveQuail.com is a great place to get those coins. Now, there are two things to keep in mind. Number one, Steve is busy. Steve is very, very busy because everybody's trying to get gold and silver, and he's not a magical merchant who can wave a magic wand and just find you physical gold and silver the next day at spot price. That doesn't even exist anymore. If you want physical silver, you're going to have to pay way over spot price. And that's not Steve price gouging. That's the market today. Recently, when silver was at $14 an ounce, I think the actual going price for physical silver was more like $20. So you could actually pay $5 or $6 an ounce extra, a premium, in order to get physical silver, because nobody wants to let go of their physical silver right now. And the same thing is true with gold, except it's a lot more than $5 or $6. It's a percentage. It might be a 10% premium. I don't know. Just depends on supply and demand. Steve is not price gouging you if he quotes you some dollar amount over silver spot price. He's just trying to get it for you. And frankly, Steve's so busy, he's got 1,000 people lined up who want it. If you give him a hard time, he might just not want to do business with you. That's all I'm saying. So be nice, be polite to Steve Quail, be patient, and be willing to pay a lot over spot price, because that's the way all the silver dealers are these days. And by the way, I don't have any financial ties to Steve Quail whatsoever. I'm his customer, just like you are. And I pay the same as what I'm describing to you here. In fact, come to think of it, I should probably buy some more silver. But I'll wait until I finish this recording. How about that? Now let's talk about buying land. I know I've spoken about this in the previous chapters here a little bit. Don't fall for buying land that's right on the main road where it's location, location, location. That's no longer what people are looking for. All the malls are collapsing. Okay, retail is collapsing. There's no point in buying land next to the road, the main road. That's what's going to get looted and burned. You want land that's way off the main road. Now, that's the real value of land. Land that's out of the way. Land that's hard for the zombies to find. So what you're looking for is land that is way out in the boonies. That's the way we used to say it. Land that you have to turn many times on different roads to get to it. May not be convenient to drive to the local Walmart, but it's hard for the zombies to find. You have more privacy. You have more security. And of course, you want all the obvious things like soil that can be used to grow food. You want the land to have, if you're in Texas, an agricultural exemption, so you don't pay much taxes on it. And other states have similar types of things. You want land that has a water source, either a well or rainwater catchment or a creek, ponds, or something like that. And you want land that's got neighbors that would be good neighbors to have. So you don't want neighbors that are growing soybeans and are going to spray glyphosate every season. You don't want land right next to a junkyard. Some pretty obvious things here. I like having cattle ranchers as neighbors, or other farmers, or people who just like to let their land stay wild, like hunting land, actually. The nice thing about being next to hunting land is that the hunters are usually wealthy families who have all this acreage, and then they have their friends come out and do hunting on their land. And I'm not a hunter myself. I'm not into hunting animals. I shoot steel targets. That's all I shoot. But the owners of the hunting land, they don't mess with that land. They don't clear cut the forests. They don't spray pesticides. They basically want it to have an ecosystem for deer and turkey and whatever else they're hunting. Hogs in some cases, and so it's very pristine land. It's kind of the cleanest neighbor that you could have. You could also have land that backs up to a state park or a forest, federal land or something like that, where you just have basic nature behind you. That's also a good idea as well. Keep in mind, when you're looking for land, you're looking for the security and the ability to defend that land against the zombies. So if you got a bunch of zombies coming on to your land or walking down your driveway or trying to get to you, or you have a coordinated attack from a gang, let's say a gang with a warlord and a bunch of AK-47s, how well could you defend that land? How well could you defend the structures? Do you have good observation points? Do you have good fields of fire? Things like that. All very important to consider. And in terms of structures that are on that land, I really strongly recommend avoiding anything that has a luxury-looking house. Number one, it'll make you a target, and it's not gonna help you. You'd rather own something that really fits in with the rural living in your area, which may be lower middle class, perhaps. It's not a bad idea to fit in and don't stand out like some rich banker, especially when the banks collapse and ruin everybody. They're probably going to be hanging the bankers, so you don't want to be mistaken for a banker. That's for sure. Let's talk about food supplies now. Move on to food here. So for food, of course, it's important to store a certain amount of food. And there's a lot of great information about this online. The basics are dried foods like beans and rice and grains, and oats, all those kinds of things. They can store often 20 years, no problem. And then you go to the grocery store and you buy the things that can't store that long, but you still want olive oil, butter, lard, a lot of oils and fats, things like that. The hard thing is usually storing fruit and getting food sources of vitamin C. And I will plug my store. That's one area where we are very strong. We have certified organic freeze-dried fruits like blueberries and mangoes and things like that. Goji berries as well, many others. And also freeze-dried vegetables like broccoli that you can put into soups and so on. We have certified organic quinoa, which is a high protein, well, sort of a grain. It's not exactly a grain, but it's a complete protein. It's very useful in survival situations. You can find all that at healthrangerstore.com. Just look for all the preparedness foods there. We also sell Ranger buckets there, which are lab-tested, certified organic, storable food buckets with lots of things in them, like nuts and grains and chia seeds and almonds, all kinds of things. So check those out. But you'll find a lot of things out there in the food storage business that are pretty dicey. You hear people talking about, oh, buy this storable food right now. It's on sale. It's $99 for, 3 months of food or whatever. I don't know what they say these days. My only advice is read the ingredients of these things because they're terrible. They're just terrible. I've stopped publicly exposing all those food companies because nobody really cares. I suppose when they're buying food for emergency use, they don't seem to care that it's soy protein with MSG and salt and, artificial flavors and crap like that. I mean, it's really some of the worst stuff. I just encourage you to read the ingredients. There are almost no instant storable food companies that I would eat. I wouldn't eat their products. Almost all of them have MSG, which is an excitotoxin, sometimes in the form of yeast extract and so on. They're almost all made from genetically modified soy products, high salt, high sugar, not healthy at all. I wouldn't trust those with my life. I tell you what. Now, they might be able to get you by in a pinch. Maybe if you're used to eating a lot of junk food or something, maybe you eat McDonald's hamburgers every day, then some of that stored food won't be any different because it's junk stored food. It's really what most of it is. I mean, some of it doesn't even match up to prison food standards. You couldn't even feed it to school children legally in America. It's basically pig's food. It's like animal feed with some clever marketing, So I wouldn't eat that stuff. But read the ingredients. That's all I'm saying. Just promise me you'll read the ingredients. Before you go buy something, read what's in it. You will be horrified. You'll see the partially hydrogenated soybean oil, the artificial colors, the yeast extract, the monosodium glutamate, the soy, all the soy and all the corn, all genetically modified stuff. Now, I know a rational person might say, well, I don't care if it's GMO in a survival scenario. Okay, But here's the thing. In a survival scenario, you're going to be under more stress than usual. You're going to be very physically active. You might be injured and need to heal. You're going to need, in fact, better nutrition than what you're getting now, not worse nutrition. I think it's foolish to think that you're going to live on processed junk food as your survival food during very hard times, high stress times. I think that's silly. You're going to need more nutrition, more fruits, more vegetables, more superfoods, things like goji berries. That's what you're going to need. And that's what we offer. That's why I offer it. And this is what I stockpile. By the way, I'm kind of my own biggest customer. I buy a lot of my own stuff because I get, better pricing, as you might imagine. And that's what I'm storing. So if things get bad, I'm going to eat superfoods. I'm going to have superfood smoothies with freeze-dried blueberries and bananas and organic oats blended in to make like a blueberry banana milkshake or something. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not eating a bunch of GMO soy protein with MSG. No, thank you. Not interested. Now, moving on to growing your own food, it's very important to have garden seeds. It's very important to have potatoes that you can use as starters to grow your potatoes. Personally, I like to grow figs. They're very easy to grow and they start to produce very quickly. Usually in the very first year, you can have figs. Unlike apple trees or pear trees, which require many years, or nut trees, which can be 10 years before you get your first almond or whatever, or pecan. So figs are great. Kumquat trees are great. Look into both of those because you can have fruit the very first year. I also recommend having some sprouting seeds because you can eat sprouts in 4 days or 3 days or sometimes 5 days depending on the sprout. But sprouts can give you high density nutrition very, very quickly. And by the way, this is what's interesting. There's another reason why you shouldn't spray your lawn with pesticides and toxic chemicals. Did you know that if you have a wheatgrass juicing machine, and you can get a hand cranked one, you just attach it to the side of a table and you can crank it by hand. You can go cut a bunch of lawn clippings, I'm not even kidding, dandelions and everything, and stuff them in that thing, crank that handle and get yourself some wheatgrass juice. Now, personally, I'm not going to wheatgrass juice my way through the apocalypse because I hate the way that stuff tastes. But in a survival scenario, if you were starving, would that be nutrition? Yes. High protein nutrition, it turns out. You can juice your way back to health. I mean, it's very good for you, even though it tastes horrible. And if you've got a clean lawn and you haven't been spraying garbage chemicals on it, even if you run out of food, you can start juicing. Start juicing your lawn. I'm not saying that it's going to be a pleasant way to survive. Not again, honey. Juice? Wheatgrass juice for breakfast? Please, no. It will get old very quickly, but it's an option. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot of wild food options out there. On my ranch in Texas, for example, there are acorns. You can eat acorns once you process them to get all the bitter molecules out of them. I've got wild cactus fruit, Nepal cactus fruit. I've got wild onions. There's all kinds of wild food all over the country. And grass is something that could augment your diet. That can be your superfood. You can literally just have your own superfood for free with a little wheatgrass juicer. Again, not the most pleasant thing in the world, but it can certainly be healthy. And remember, the liberals have been paying like $6, no, more like $10 an ounce for that stuff. You can make it for free. and it's going to be fresh too. Now, another thought about growing food is that, of course, almost everybody underestimates the amount of physical labor that's involved in growing food. It's not easy. I mean, even when I'm planting potatoes, it's a workout. Hoeing the dirt, mostly it's just moving dirt around, making holes, and then setting up the irrigation, all that stuff. It's a lot of work, especially if it's hot outside, right? It's a lot of work. If you've never used a rake or a hoe or a garden trowel, a little garden shovel, if you've never really done gardening, then it's not a good time to try to learn it right in the middle of a survival scenario. You might fail. Most people will fail. The first time they try to grow food in a garden, they get disastrous results. I mean, so many things could go wrong. The crops froze, or you overwatered, or you underwatered, or, oh my gosh, you wake up, the rabbits ate everything. All your carrots are gone. It's not just a Bugs Bunny cartoon. It actually works that way in the real world too. You can have pests, you can have diseases, you can have parasites and bugs and all kinds of things infesting your garden. And yes, that happens all the time. So if you don't know how to garden, you should start gardening now just to get the practice. This is why I got into raising chickens. It wasn't because I needed more chicken eggs that are farm fresh eggs, although I do enjoy those things. Just made an egg cheese sandwich today using the eggs from the chicken house on my property. I decided to learn how to incubate eggs, how to hatch chickens, how to keep them alive, how to keep them healthy, how to grow them all the way to adulthood and collect their eggs and just have a whole sustainable system, because I knew that there's a learning curve involved in that. And sure enough, there is. The first time you try to grow chickens, you learn that to the rest of nature, your chickens look like chicken McNuggets. Everything in nature is trying to eat your chickens. Every coyote, every neighborhood dog, every falcon, every snake, or especially the rat snakes. What else? What else is trying to eat all your chickens? Oh, yeah, possums try to eat your chickens. Wild hogs try to eat them. Coyotes try to eat them. Coyotes clean out your whole chicken house at one night. And I came to find that there are very specific strategies you have to use to protect your chickens. And I didn't know that the first year. And the same thing about growing food. Certain things, how to spray your fig trees with the right substances to stop the little white flies or whatever they are that get on the fig trees. You need to have practice. So growing your food is not a small deal. And remember, no matter how much food you have stored, it's not enough to go forever. At some point, you're going to have to start growing food again. At some point, you're going to have to get back to sustainability. So stored food, the only function is to get you to the point where you're growing food. And growing food is hard. It's really hard to stay alive growing your own food. And as a lot of people will discover soon, it's because you expend more calories growing the food than you get from eating the food. You ever grown celery? You ever notice that all the effort that goes into growing that celery, you don't even get that back when you harvest the celery. Celery gives you, it's like a negative calorie food, It's good for weight loss, I guess, and lots of extra fiber. It's good for juicing. Not good for calories. Grow all the celery you want. You'll die of starvation growing celery. A lot of foods are like that. A lot of greens are like that. Even spinach. You can't live on spinach necessarily. It's a lot of work just to get the greens out. Now, fruit trees can be a good option if you have an established orchard, and nut trees as well. But those take many years to develop. And if you think about it, the abundance of the food supply today is due to fossil fuels, cheap energy that drives tractors, and monoculture practices that rely on basically pesticides, GMOs, glyphosate, all that garbage. So why is corn so cheap in the marketplace? Because there are massive tractors growing, rows and rows of corn. They're using GMO corn and spraying glyphosate and spraying artificial fertilizer all over the corn. It's mechanized, it's automated. Some of these tractors are GPS controlled. Corn is cheap because of the economies of scale of monoculture farming. The minute that collapses because there's no more diesel fuel, the minute that collapses, corn becomes very, very expensive. If people have to hand harvest it and shuck that corn by hand, not too many people that remember how to shuck corn alive these days. And shucking corn, by the way, is very, very hard work. I don't know if you've ever shucked corn. I don't know if you've been a corn shucker, but it's not a fun task. You'll tear your hands up real quick. Tear those hands right up. So there's a lot of things that people are going to discover about food, how precious it is. Every time I go into a city and I see other people eating in a restaurant, they're just wasting all their food, I'm just shocked. Absolutely shocked. In the country, we don't waste food like that because we know where food comes from. All the city people out there, they order something, eat a third of it, and just throw the rest of it away. I'm like, what? Are you out of your mind? I could take that back and feed that to the chickens or feed it to my dogs, or I wouldn't have wasted it in the first place. We're actually more mindful about where food comes from because we have that connection with food and the land. And a lot more people are going to discover that connection or they're going to die trying. So don't think that growing food is easy. And this is why strategic foods, growing the ones that have the most payoff of calories of output versus calories of input, that's a critical strategy for surviving all this. I know I could have explained that in a more succinct way, but you get the point. Grow potatoes. Potatoes will give you the most calories for your effort. And with potatoes, you can combine a lot of things. You can combine hamburger if you have neighbors with cattle. You can combine cheese if you've got neighbors with a dairy operation. You can barter, silver for cheese. You can have potatoes and cheese, or potatoes with cheese and sour cream, whatever. All these things can keep you alive, and that's the name of the game here. And you can barter potatoes. You just don't get stuck without them. Potatoes can keep you alive. There's a lot of Irish people who, over the last, 175 years, made it through difficult times because they had potatoes. And then, of course, there was the potato famine, which is what happens when too many people are growing the exact same crop, which is why crop diversity is important, of course. So have a lot of different types of food if you can. The thing to remember about food is that having food keeps you out of FEMA camps. And really, this is crucial to remember. Maybe I should have led off with this point, but if you run out of food, you will end up in a FEMA camp, which of course is a death camp. They'll give you the guillotine, or they'll turn you into slave labor, whatever, re-education camp. If you don't want to end up in a FEMA camp where you will also be vaccinated, then you need to have food and an ability to grow food, an ability to become food self-sustaining, which is very, very difficult. So the more you store, the more time you have to learn all these things and get your own food supply going. That's why once the collapse begins, I don't recommend that you just live on your stored food forever. Let's say you have a 1-year supply of stored food. Should you just eat that for the year and then figure out how to start growing food? No, you should immediately start planting food, immediately, so that within, let's say, 3 to 4 months, and you've been living on your stored food for that 3 to 4 months and probably burning a lot of calories because you're gardening, but within 3 to 4 months, you can start harvesting some of the food that you've been planting, and then you might be able to, let's say, have 50% of your diet be the food you grew, and the other 50% is the stored food that you still have remaining, which is, let's say, 9 months remaining. But now, since you're only eating your stored food at the 50% rate, that 9 months of stored food now becomes 18 months of stored food because, of course, you're eating the food you're growing. And once you're eating the food you're growing, even partially, now everything lasts longer. All your stored food lasts longer, but then you have to get into canning and food preservation, food drying, food salting. So there's a lot of wisdom to be had in learning how to preserve food. Canning is the easiest thing to do. And that's why your pioneers, your ancestors probably were into a lot of canning. How do you survive the winters in Idaho or even in Kansas for that matter? How do you make it through the non-growing seasons? You can food and you eat the canned food. You eat canned okra in the South, like in Texas, pickled canned okra. Good stuff. Okra grows easily. It's easy to harvest. It's easy to can. You can can chicken meat. You can can peaches. You can can all kinds of fruits and vegetables and meats and preserve it so that you can eat it later. And that's the way that your ancestors survived. So learn about canning, learn about salting, learn about smoking. You can build a smokehouse. You can smoke meats, for example. You can salt meats. You can use pickling. You can pickle more than just cucumbers, by the way. You can pickle, okra, like I was just mentioning, and lots of things. You could pickle radishes, things like that. And then, of course, also drying. You can sun-dry many foods and preserve them that way. And this is why, by the way, it's a great idea to have a lot of salt. So one of the things that I've stockpiled is Himalayan salt. I've got pallets of it. And I mean, part of the reason I have pallets of it, and a pallet of Himalayan salt weighs about 5,000 pounds, by the way. They're really heavy because it's salt. It's like rock. But I've got, I don't know how many thousand pounds of salt. The reason I have it is because we sell it. And so when I purchase salt, I purchase it by the 20-foot container load. It's imported from, where's it coming from? Actually, I think it's from Pakistan, come to think of it. I think it's from Pakistan. Anyway, we get like a 20-foot container of salt, which is, tens of thousands of pounds. And then Most of that salt goes to the Health Ranger store warehouse, and we sell that to the public. And then I keep pallets at my ranch just because I know how important salt is. So salt is a barter item. You can trade salt. When people run out of salt, they're going to be in a panic, trust me. But salt is not only essential for human health, it's also good as a food preservative, salting meats, for example. So you can always trade salt. You can never have too much salt. And a good thing about salt is that it never goes bad as long as you keep it dry. If you get it wet, obviously, then it's going to be a problem. Salt dissolves in water, obviously. But as long as you keep it dry, it stores for millions and millions of years because, well, it's just sodium chloride. It's just a crystalline lattice of molecules, and it's not going anywhere. It's not going to break down. It's already almost in just a pure elemental form. And when they mine salt out of the salt caves in Pakistan and other places, India, wherever, they're mining salt that's been there for millions of years, which is why it's very clean, by the way. It doesn't have any of the modern day pollutants. So I've got salt from millions of years ago, which is pretty awesome. And actually storing salt is not a horrible idea. It's just not the most valuable thing in terms of the weight and the space, It's very heavy for its value, but its value will go up dramatically in the future. So some people like to buy gold ETFs. Some people like to invest in Bitcoin. I buy pallets of salt because I know where this is going. I know how valuable that's going to be. Now, to kind of wrap up the whole food category here, don't forget about garden tools. Having good garden tools is priceless, and the garden tools that you buy at Walmart are total crap. If you actually try to use them, they will break in less than one season, typically. So you haven't really bought garden tools. You've bought like temporary, toys or something. Invest in very good garden tools that you can use for 20 years because you're going to be putting these to work. And just like you should have some good hand tools, like a hand saw, maybe a hand drill, things like that, get some good garden tools. You will absolutely need them during the collapse, and they're going to be very hard to get. Not a lot of people make tools anymore, do they? You don't have the old blacksmith hanging out at the town square. These are all coming from China. China's going to be collapsed. You won't be able to get garden tools until the blacksmiths come back online. They're going to be charging an arm and a leg for garden tools, for anything, frankly. So stock up now while you can get the good stuff for very little money. Next, we're going to talk about night vision. Get into some gear for you here. Using night vision, how to use it properly on a rifle, what sort of night vision you should get. So first, let me give you the website where I recommend you purchase night vision, and that's readymaderesources.com. Bob Griswold there. He's a patriot, a great guy. He knows night vision inside and out. He gets good deals. He's got all kinds of stuff. Ideally, what you want on night vision is a white phosphor, high grade, like a helicopter pilot quality binocular night vision system. Gen 3 or better tubes, like Gen 3 Plus is what they're often called. You don't want Gen 1 tubes. You don't want Gen 2 tubes. You want Gen 3 or better. Now, the problem with this is that a set of binoculars like that with the white phosphor, the Gen 3, all that, it's going to cost you crazy amounts of money. And you don't even want me to tell you how much those cost. So I will give you some alternatives, but those will be about $7,000 to $8,000. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. That's why I don't own very many sets of those, because it's just too much money. You got to have at least one primary set, ideally. But if you don't have that kind of money, and I understand money's tight, you can go with a monocular, what's called a PVS 14. A PVS 14 might only set you back around $3,000 or so, maybe $3,500. And it goes up to one eye. You can hold it up to your eye, or you can mount it on a helmet where it pivots down. So you have one eye with night vision and one eye without night vision. And in that configuration, it can still be very, very useful. Some people mount them on rifles where they mount them in front of their optics, that is towards the barrel end. And then their optics are looking through the PVS 14. Personally, I don't like that setup because it means you have to point your rifle at someone if you want to look at them. And that violates the firearm safety, fundamentals. So I don't like putting night vision optics on rifles, frankly. But I understand there might be circumstances where that makes sense. Like if you've been assigned to look through your rifle optics for 6 hours as some kind of a night watchman or something, might make sense to just slap the night vision on the rifle. I get it. But for normal walking around, perimeter defense, engaging in fights with zombies, what have you, you don't want your night vision on the rifle. You want it on your head. Now, that means you're going to need to look through your night vision and through the red dot optic on your rifle in order to engage a target. There's a very important discussion here. And I'm not going to make this too technical, but let me explain something about night vision and engaging targets. In Texas, a lot of people go hog hunting. It's kind of a hobby. I don't do it because I'm not into killing things. I'm not a hunter. But a lot of people are. And they use an infrared designator, it's called, or an infrared laser. Now, an infrared laser, it's a device that mounts on the end of your rifle. It shoots out a laser, but instead of being visible red, it's only infrared, which means it's visible to night vision gear. And so they're sending out, a beam that puts a dot on their intended target, which might be a wild hog. And so they just put the dot on the hog, and then they pull the trigger and they shoot the hog that way. And you have to sight your rifle in so that your bullets, your trajectory is lined up with the infrared designator. They also typically have infrared illuminators, which is like a flashlight, but it's infrared light only, which is the same thing that a lot of like motion detector security cameras have these days. They light up with infrared, and it's like a spotlight. So they have these on the end of the rifles too, so they can light up a bunch of hogs that might be 50 yards away, let's say. And then with their night vision, they can see all those hogs as if a spotlight were on them, and then they can put their designator, their infrared laser, on one of the hogs and pull the trigger and shoot the hog. So this is how hog hunting works in Texas with night vision. And it's a very common thing, by the way. I get the feeling that half the night vision sold in America is probably sold to hog hunters, maybe in Texas, who knows. But this technique, through extensive discussions with many people about this topic, I've come to the conclusion that this technique will get you killed when you're facing something other than hogs. When you are facing, let's say, zombies, there's a very good likelihood that some of those zombies will themselves have night vision gear, like a PVS-14, or maybe a binocular night vision rig, like I described earlier, the $7,000, $8,000 rigs. If they are wearing something like that, and if you turn on your infrared illuminator, you will be basically announcing, here I am, because it's like turning on a flashlight in the middle of a dark forest. You turn on the flashlight, everybody knows where you are. Oh, there you are. You're holding a flashlight. So if you're using infrared illuminators or designators and your enemy has night vision, you're basically just telling them exactly where you are. Thus, the conclusion from this is, do not plan to use infrared illuminators and designators in the collapse, because the enemy will probably have night vision. Got it? This is a very important point. It actually took me a lot of asking around, talking, and even trying things out and so on, doing experiments with night vision to get to this conclusion. It's very important. Do not use infrared illuminators on your rifles in a survival scenario. Instead, you need to stay in passive mode. In passive mode, you're not projecting any light from your rifle. You don't have a flashlight on. You don't have an infrared light on. Nothing. No lasers, nothing. You are in stealth mode. What you do is you look through a red dot sight on your rifle using your night vision. So if you have binocular night vision, and most people are right-handed, so they're looking through their red dot sight with their right eye, so I'll give you that description here. If you have binocular night vision, then you're leaning into your rifle so that your right eye night vision module is lined up with the red dot sight, so you can see, the crosshairs or the reticle or the dot or whatever you have in that, in that red dot sight. You can then see your target, and you can see the crosshairs over your target. You can then engage targets using that system. So if you have a PVS-14, which only covers one eye, you would probably want to put it on your right eye if you're a right-handed shooter, or put it on your left eye if you're a left-handed shooter, so you can look through your optics. Now, there are two things to keep in mind when you do this. Number one, you won't be able to get your face as low onto your rifle with the cheek weld because you're wearing all this optics gear. So you're going to have a riser mount and put your optic on top of a riser mount. I like to use the EOTech red dot sight because the EOTech has a big window. And so I do I think it's a 1/2 inch riser, a Picatinny riser that I attach on there. And then I put the EOTech sight on top of the riser. And then I can look through that with my night vision and I can see the red dot sight and I can see the target and it's all good. It's all in focus. It works really, really well. But in order to do that, you have to move that sight a little bit more forward on your rifle to make space for your night vision gear to be able to get behind it. So I hope this is all making sense. You got to raise your red dot sight a little bit and you got to move it forward a little bit on the rails on your rifle in order for this to work. But once you have this worked out, and this is the way I run it, and you're wearing white phosphor night vision binoculars with a helmet rig, and I'll talk about the helmets here in a second, and you've got your rifle and you got your red dot sight, you can walk around in stealth mode. People who don't have night vision can't see you at all. People who do have night vision are still going to have trouble seeing you because you're not lighting up anything. You're not broadcasting your position. So you can still move with a sense of stealth, use cover and concealment, right? Stay low, hide behind buildings and cars, whatever. You can still move around. And because you have this binocular night vision, you have stereoscopic vision, which enables you to navigate the situation well, so you don't, knock into things and stumble and fall over things. I don't know if you've ever used a monocular night vision, where both eyes come together to have one monocular in the center, like a cyclops looking thing. Those, it's very hard to walk around with that because you don't have stereo vision. But with the high-end night vision rigs like you get from readymaderesources.com, you have stereo vision, and so you still have the ability to gauge depth perception, which is critical. It's absolutely critical. And by the way, you should practice with these. So find some activity that you do at night. Maybe it's walking around. Maybe it's taking out the trash. Maybe it's, carrying groceries from your car to your garage. I don't know what it is. Find some activity that you do at night and make a commitment to do it wearing night vision. And the reason you're doing that is because you need to practice moving with your night vision on. You actually have to rewire your brain a little bit to get used to it. There's a little bit of extra weight on your head. You don't have things in focus that are close up to you. The focus is usually just far away focus. So it's a little more difficult to handle things that are, right up close to you, such as reloading a rifle, by the way, which is why it's good to practice reloading your rifle and shooting and moving with night vision on at night. This is why practice makes sense. And pistols are very difficult to use in this scenario because you can't really see the sights. They're not really in focus. Night vision and pistols suck. A rifle with a red dot sight works much better, but this is an argument for putting a red dot sight on your pistol because you can then use it with night vision. So I do run some pistols with red dot sights for that very reason. They're kind of the night stealth pistols, whereas in a normal operation daytime, I don't run red dot sights on any of my pistols. I don't like them. It takes too long to find the damn dot. As far as I'm concerned, I'd rather just have iron sights. But for night vision, pistol red dots can make a lot of sense. So these are all very important things to keep in mind. But once you get good at this, you can walk around in seemingly pitch dark, although it can't be actually pitch dark. There has to be some amount of light to magnify, right? But you can walk around at night, and if you have the white phosphor tubes, to you, it looks like you're just walking around in a winter snow scene that's broad daylight. You can see everything just like it's broad daylight. And you could engage targets, you could maneuver. You can escape. You can do all kinds of things. Now, night vision is the key game changer for the collapse. I've talked to a lot of people about this, including Bob Griswold at readymaderesources.com. And we all believe that most of the zombies won't have night vision. The only people who will have night vision will typically be operators, former military, some cops or SWAT team people, things like that. Most of those people will be, quote, good guys in the sense that they are pro-America and working to support the rule of law. So the good news is if you run into other people who have night vision, there is a decent chance that they're decent people. I know it's kind of funny. It's like the night vision is now the delineation between, zombie mobs versus good people. But truth be told, most of the people who have night vision are going to be pro-law and order people because night vision is very, very expensive to acquire. Most of the zombies won't have night vision. And if you ever need to engage the zombies, let's say they're on your property and they're threatening you and there's hundreds of them or something, and they're camping out for the night, and they're going to raid you in the morning and burn your house down and rape your dog and steal your food, whatever else they're going to do, then you can pop on those night vision devices at night once it's sufficiently dark. Put your suppressor on your rifle, get yourself some subsonic ammo, and you can just start walking around and popping them off. You can take them all out at night, even from distance. You could be 100 yards away. That's a very easy shot with a rifle, even with subsonic rounds. 100 yards away, they won't even know what's happening. I mean, there'll be a lot of screaming because subsonic rounds don't instantly kill people. You'll be wounding people. They'll be bleeding out, things like that. But you will be sowing chaos in the ranks of the enemy. There's no doubt about that. You'll have the advantage, the night advantage. And even better, and I'll talk about this, if you and a buddy both have night vision, you're not just by yourself, and you have comms, which I'll talk about as well, then you can communicate with each other through your earpieces. You can both see each other. You can maneuver. You can, two effective night vision wearing people can literally eliminate 100 zombies or more in a matter of just a few minutes. The advantage is supreme to be able to see at night. And even if the bad guys have flashlights, that's not the same as having night vision. First of all, when they have flashlights, whoever lights up their flashlights, that's who you shoot first. And then they drop the flashlights. And when they have flashlights, they're going to be waving that light around in other people's eyes. And it's very hard for people to navigate in the dark when other people have flashlights that they always wave around in people's eyes. Most people don't have flashlight discipline. Have you ever gone out, camping or walking or whatever at night with people who are carrying flashlights, and you ask them a question, they turn to you to answer the question, and they just shine that light right in your eyes when they're talking to you? That's not good light discipline. Experienced people don't do that. You don't blind someone with a flashlight when you're talking to them, but that's the way most normal people operate. They shine the light on whatever they're talking to, which is other people. So they're blinding each other while you're, sitting in a dark hole 100 meters away, just taking them out because you have night vision and you got a rifle set up and you got subsonic rounds and all that. They don't even know where those rounds are coming from. Oh, and by the way, just in case you're wondering, here's the best setup to actually do this. You want a rifle that shoots 300 blackout rounds. And the 300 blackout rounds usually are 220 grain when they're subsonic. It's a lot of mass for a bullet. When you use a 220 grain round, they are typically subsonic out of a 16-inch barrel, which means they're traveling, less than about 1050, 1,050 feet per second. If you want to be sure that they're subsonic and never break the sound barrier, you can use a little bit of a shorter barrel. You can go to a 14-inch barrel and go to a pistol setup with an arm brace. But here's the kicker. You know what the loudest thing is in a subsonic rifle shooting subsonic rounds? Guess what's the loudest part of that? The answer is the bolt carrier group, the action. It's cycling the bolt carrier group, and it's making a very loud clacking sound. It's It's the sound of metal hitting on metal, because that's exactly what's happening. If you want a quiet 300 blackout rifle or pistol, even based on an AR platform, the secret is to get yourself a bolt action. And you can get bolt action kits where you can take your normal AR, and I've got one of these, by the way, it's pretty cool. You can take your normal AR, you replace the bolt carrier group, with this kind of slide in, bolt operated setup. Basically, you're turning your AR-15 into a bolt gun, which, by the way, also makes it compliant in California and other places like that. So it's an interesting thing. But the reason I do it is because it makes a very, very quiet gun. Very quiet. It's almost imperceptible unless you're really close to it. You don't have the big clacking sound of the action cycling. With this kind of a bolt gun, you can pop off rounds and take out aggressors who are threatening you on your property, for example. You can take them out, and they really have no idea where you are. They can't hear you. They really can't hear a loud bang. They really can't hear the bullets even coming because they're all subsonic. The disadvantage of this technique, and it is a significant disadvantage, is when bullets are flying at slower than the speed of sound, they have a lot less energy than they normally do. So they don't do nearly as much damage. You might get a lot of hits, but they're not causing the tissue trauma that a normal high velocity round would induce. One of the advantages of rifle rounds over pistol rounds is that rifle rounds are moving very, very fast, typically like 2,500 feet per second, whereas a pistol round, a 9mm, might only be moving at 1,200 feet per second. So if you're taking your bullets subsonic, you're moving them way down in the velocity scale to where they have a lot less energy, because remember, energy is 1/2 mass times velocity squared. So if you cut the velocity in half, you're reducing the energy by 75%. That's significant. So that's why you have to have a high mass bullet when you're doing this. So you want a high mass 220 grain, 300 blackout bullet, so that even though you've got a lot less velocity, you have a lot more mass. And that's the only way you can make up for that. In other words, what you would really want in this scenario is a big, big, heavy bullet, like, let's say, theoretically, a subsonic 50 caliber bullet or something, which would be a very strange gun. I don't think anything like that exists, but a subsonic 50 cal with a bolt action. That would be the ultimate stealth gun. The other major disadvantage, though, is that your range is very, very limited because of your bullet drop. So because you have low velocity, you don't have the ability to push those bullets out very far. Your trajectory is not flat. In other words, it's very, very arced. You're going to have bullet drop that is substantial. Now, I've actually done the research on this. I've run a bunch of ballistics calculations on this. And I've discovered that if you use those 220 grain, 300 blackout bullets just below the speed of sound, you can actually get as much as 800 yards out of them, which is surprising to a lot of people. However, your accuracy is crap because the bullets are always subsonic and they're probably tumbling. So I don't know what your hit chances are going to be out at 800 yards. You might be lucky to hit the side of a truck or something. You're not going to be able to put rounds in a very small target at 800 yards, not even probably 300 yards. So for subsonic rounds, you should probably consider staying well under 200 yards. But still, if you're under attack and you've got night vision and you got your subsonic rifle set up and you can take out the bad guys before they can even find you, this is a very effective way to do it. The only other disadvantage to keep in mind is a bolt action rifle is very slow to fire because you have to manually cycle the bolt after every round, right? So it's not a semi-automatic firearm at that point. It doesn't auto-load the next round. So if you get into a firefight where they're coming in close, maybe they've found you and they're coming in close and attacking you, you don't want a bolt action at that point. You'd really rather have just a full-blown semi-auto, AR-15 at that point. So keep that in mind. There's always trade-offs in these things. If you think you can be Mr. Stealth and you got your ghillie suit, and you're creeping around in the bushes and you think they're never going to find you, and it doesn't matter whether your fire rate is fast or slow, then this bolt action approach with night vision can be very, very effective. If they find you, you better hope you have a second rifle with you that's got a faster fire rate, because you might need it. So just keep all these things in mind. Again, this information is for collapse scenarios. We're talking about life and death here. That's why I'm giving you all these details. And as you can tell, I've gone through a lot of this, a lot of training, a lot of discussions, a lot of trying out different equipment. And I found what works and what doesn't work. For example, you can put, if you're firing regular, let's say AR-15 rounds, you can put a suppressor on it, still loud, very, very loud. Why? Because the bullets are traveling faster than the speed of sound, and your rifle is cycling with that really loud metal clacking sound. So you're not in stealth mode at all. I mean, people who watch Hollywood movies, they think, oh, I put a suppressor on it, now it just goes, and it's super quiet, super covert. No, it's not like that at all. In fact, when I train with a suppressor, I'm still wearing hearing protection because the crack of the bullet traveling faster than the speed of sound is painful to unprotected ears. That's how loud it is. You're not stealthy at all unless you're underneath the speed of sound with the velocity of your bullets. You got that? Now, by the way, there's an argument to be made here for a 45 caliber rifle. In other words, a pistol caliber rifle that fires 45 auto rounds, which is kind of a similar approach to doing a 220 grain 300 blackout round. The 45 rounds are typically subsonic. They're pretty heavy, and you're not going to have range no matter what because you're staying subsonic. So you might look into a 45 caliber rifle that is bolt action for this purpose. That's another thing to look at. Now, again, just to reiterate, there's really nothing off the shelf that is set up this way. You're going to have to pull this together. I don't even remember who sells the kits to turn your AR-15 into a bolt action rifle, but if you search on duckduckgo.com, you can find those kits, and they work. They're perfectly fine. And I do recommend the 300 blackout over a 45 auto setup because I think the 300 blackout has better flight ballistics, by the way. It's just a better shape of bullet. It's more aerodynamic, but it's worth considering both. And I wish they made a 50 cal subsonic round and a 50 cal bolt action rifle that wasn't crazy heavy, just to fire subsonic rounds that don't really have much gunpowder in them. So you wouldn't need to be able to handle the normal chamber pressures of a 50 cal, 660 grain round or whatever. I'd like to have a 50 cal, like a short barreled rifle with a 600 grain bullet traveling at 1,000 feet per second with a suppressor, bolt action, kind of lightweight. I mean, it wouldn't really be that light, but I think that would be great. There is something out there, I think it's called the Beowulf round, and there's some others that I haven't really looked into, some kind of odd caliber rounds that might be useful for that kind of thing, but you'd probably have to self-load those. You do your own custom reloading, and that gets into a whole big hassle that I'm not going to go into here. But I hope I've given you some good information here. Now let me talk about the Psionics Aurora camera. This is the budget version of night vision, and it's actually a really good consideration. Psionics, which is spelled S-I-O-N-Y-X, makes these low light cameras. One of them is called the Aurora Black. Another one's called the Aurora Sport. And I've checked these out. I own a couple. They're very good. They're only a few $100s, and they're the next best thing to a PVS-14. They're kind of like budget night vision, and they really do work well. They light up the night in quite a remarkable way, and they can shoot video, and they can take pictures, and you can just use them as observation devices. They're very, very good. They're not as good as a PVS-14, but if you don't have, $3,000 to spend, maybe your budget's only $300, you can start with this. They're great observation devices, and the reason I have this is because I figure if I'm in a survival scenario, I'm going to have other people around that need to do night watch duties, and I want them to have something like the Psionics so they can do a night watch. I don't necessarily want to give them my binocular white phosphorus night vision rig that costs $8,000, because what happens if they break it? If they break a $300 Psionics camera, that's not such a big deal. Let's cover helmets for a little bit here. I don't recommend ballistic helmets, which are helmets that block bullets. They're really heavy, uncomfortable, probably not going to help you that much, actually, in the big picture here. But you do need helmets that can carry the night vision gear. And one of the most popular helmets out there is called Team Wendy. That's the manufacturer, Team Wendy. I don't know why they're named that. And they have a helmet called the LTP. I think it means lightweight tactical polymer. It's basically a plastic helmet, but way better than just standard plastic. It's tough polymer. It'll protect your head from a lot of things. And they're around $300 or so. And what you want to get is one that's got the capacity to take a Wilcox G24 mount. And I think that's standard on these helmets, at least the version 2 helmets. The G24 mount from Wilcox is what interfaces between your helmet and most night vision devices. And that G24 mount can be pretty expensive all by itself, by the way. I've seen them at $600 or $700. So, going with a helmet mounted night vision rig, full setup, can run you like $9,000, all said and done. It's not a cheap thing to do. There are other helmets that also work. Team Wendy isn't the only one. I've seen a variety of helmets. If you really want to go cheap on these, you can look for airsoft helmets that are kind of cheaper knockoffs of this, including airsoft rated G24 mounts, which might work, but I wouldn't trust my life to them. You know what I mean? This is where you don't want to buy cheap. You want to buy good, because you want to buy once instead of twice, and you don't want stuff to break when the zombies are coming. So it's worth having a Team Wendy helmet and a G24 mount and a good night vision device. That's my summary of all of that. Again, the Aurora camera from Psionics is the entry level on this. A few $100s. The PVS 14 is a monocular that's maybe $3,000. And then the full-blown binocular night vision, high-end white phosphor Gen 3 Plus devices, head-mounted, those are going to be upwards of $7,000 or $8,000. And it's buy as much as you can afford is what I would say. That's what I do. It's funny. You don't know me personally. Even if you listen to my podcast, you may not know sort of what my personal lifestyle is, but I'm not into luxury things. I'm not into buying a luxury house or a luxury car or luxury clothing or jewelry. I don't wear any jewelry. I'm not into luxury things. I'm not into signs of wealth like fashion, whatever. And neither is my wife. She doesn't own any fashion purses. We do put money into good gear. We put money into investing in expanding the Health Ranger store. For example, we own our own building. We own all our own equipment and so on, because we don't want to live on debt, and we don't waste money on frivolous things that are brand names. And I don't know, what does it matter if I'm walking around in a $5,000 suit or a $19 Carhartt t-shirt? It doesn't make any difference at all. I'm not into fancy clothes. I'm not into fancy anything. I'm into stuff that works. And so that's why I have good gear. That's where you'll see that I'm spending money. My own, personal finances is on investing in good quality gear, good firearms, good optics. I'll spend $3,500 or more on a rifle scope with a Tremor 3 reticle in it, for example, long range, Schmidt and Bender type of scope. Yeah, I'll drop thousands of dollars on that. To me, that's a good investment, but I won't spend thousands of dollars on a pair of shoes or a bag or something like, or luggage. That's just silly. I'm not into brand names. All right, if I've missed anything in this topic, I'll come back to it, but I want to move on to backup power, because we talked about power as being one of the core things that you need. When the power grid goes down, how will you have power? Well, I have investigated this issue at length, as you might imagine, because that's what I do. You can probably tell by now that I go into deep dive research on all these topics, and I try things out. Well, I've tried out a lot of things in the area of backup power, and I've wasted a lot of money on things that failed, and I've found what works. That's what I'm going to share with you right here. The first thing to note is that if you have a solar array, which is on your roof, let's say, and it's providing some amount of power to your house, that solar array is useless in a collapse because they're all grid tie systems and they all shut down when the grid shuts down. 100%. There's no such thing as one of those systems that you can keep using when the grid goes down. Going to be a lot of solar owners who are shocked to find this out when it all hits the fan. But your solar systems are designed to shut down so that they don't send power upstream to the linemen who are working for the power company repairing downed lines upstream, because you don't want to hurt those men who are doing a very tough and very dangerous job, by the way, and usually a thankless job in the middle of a freaking hurricane. While everybody complains, the power is out, well, why don't you come out and try to help fix it? This isn't magic. The lines have to connect. So, God bless the linemen, and maybe a few line women as well, but mostly they are men. In any case, you can have what's called an off-grid system, which is a completely disconnected system, totally off-grid. Those systems are horrible because they all rely on batteries, which are using ancient technology, basically lead-acid batteries that are more expensive to maintain and replace than it would be to just buy the electricity from the power company in the first place. So off-grid systems, the technology is just not there to make it worthwhile. I've run the numbers on all this. I've done the spreadsheets. It doesn't work. Off-grid systems are a joke. In fact, we've tried some equipment at certain offices, and it just doesn't even work. Like we've had Sunny Boy equipment, doesn't even work. I don't know what to tell you. That was a waste. But here's something that does work. You buy a tractor, a 1970s John Deere tractor. That's what I like to buy. And why 1970s? Pick any year in the 1970s. Those are good tractors. They're made of real metal parts. You can usually fix them, and they don't have complex electronics that would go down in an EMP or a solar flare. And today's John Deere tractors, by the way, they have to have software downloads and authorization from the John Deere headquarters before you can even start the tractor. You don't even own it. They won't even let you start your tractor unless the tractor checks in with headquarters. Yeah, that's how crazy it is. Well, they didn't do that in the 1970s. You have the key, and all the keys are the same, by the way. You can start any John Deere tractor. And as long as you can feed it diesel, you can run that tractor. Now, what does this have to do with power? Well, every tractor has a PTO. It's called the power takeoff. That's that rotating cylinder at the bottom side of the back end of the tractor. Now, the PTO is what drives, of course, equipment such as, combines and balers and, fertilizers, sprayers, and so on. The PTO is a transfer of power to whatever you have attached to the back of the tractor. You can buy a PTO power generator that's very inexpensive. And I've done the research, and I've bought them, and I've set them up, and I've done all this myself, and it totally works. And here's what to buy. It's called Winco, W-I-N-C-O. The website is wincogen.com, W-I-N-C-O-G-E-N.com. You can get a Winco generator on the cheap. They're very inexpensive. You can get a 50 kilowatt generator for, I think I paid like $3,500 or something. It wasn't expensive at all. And you might say 50 kilowatts? That seems really cheap, because if you bought a diesel generator, let's say that's 50 kilowatts, you would spend $20,000 or something, typically. How can this be only $3,000 plus? Well, the answer is there's no engine in it. You attach it to your tractor. Your tractor is the engine. Your tractor's already got a diesel engine in it. And you can pick up an old John Deere tractor for like $10,000. You not only have then an engine for your generator, you also have a tractor that you can use for plowing fields or whatever, right? It might even have a bucket on it. You can use it to move dirt around. Get a tractor with a bucket on the front, a hydraulic bucket. Get a good John Deere tractor, attach a Winco generator. You now have the ability to generate electricity very, very inexpensively. Now, this Winco generator has plugs, high voltage plugs. So you'll attach a very big cable to it, and then you'll run that cable over to your power grid connection for your home or your ranch or whatever you have. You'll have to have an electrician come out and install a transfer switch. The transfer switch will transfer your local power grid it'll disconnect you from the grid, and it will connect you to this cable that's connected to the wind code generator on your tractor. So what you've been able to do then is have a transfer switch that takes you off the grid and puts you on your tractor. From that point, you can run 24/7, and you just feed fuel into your John Deere tractor, and you will have electricity. Now, combined with this, well, you may wonder, how much fuel does it need? It turns out it only needs as much fuel as the electricity you're using. So the way generators work, not to get into too much of the physics here, but the more power you draw, the more resistance there is at the spinning of the generator, which means there's more resistance on the PTO, which means the tractor is burning more diesel fuel to keep up the RPMs. In other words, if you're not using much electricity, it won't use much diesel. If you use a lot of electricity, it will burn more diesel to keep up the RPMs and provide the power. In other words, the tractor is self-adjusting to the amount of electricity that you're using. A lot of people don't realize this. They think it's the same amount of fuel regardless of whether you're using a lot of power or not. That's not true at all. It uses very little fuel unless you're using a lot of power. So if you need to run something big like a freezer, a big freezer motor, it's going to use more fuel. If you turn off your freezer and you're just using this, I don't know, to charge up your cell phone and run a couple of home computers or something, it's not going to use hardly any fuel. Power a few lights, whatever, hardly any fuel at all. And what you can do, because you're living in a rural area, right? Because we already went through chapters 1 and 2 here, you can get a diesel fuel tank on your property, maybe a 500-gallon tank, maybe a 1,000-gallon tank, maybe multiple tanks, I don't know. Diesel fuel is very safe to store. Diesel fuel is hard to burn. It's not like gasoline, which is dangerous and explosive. Diesel fuel doesn't explode so much that if you pour diesel into a cup and light a match on top of that, the diesel won't even burn. And now I'm not saying you should do this. I'm just describing to you that diesel's flash point is much, much higher than that. Now, you wouldn't pour gasoline into a cup and light it because it would explode. But diesel does not. Diesel's hard to burn. Diesel's not very volatile. Diesel doesn't even evaporate very easily at all. You can leave a diesel container open for months and you come back to it and, oh my God, I left the lid off. The diesel's still there. Why? Because diesel basically doesn't evaporate. It's a crude petroleum product. Stores for a long period of time. It's very safe to store. So you can have a 1,000-gallon diesel tank. 1,000 gallons of diesel, that will power your tractor and your generator possibly for months if you use electricity sparingly, which you should during a collapse. So this could get you by even for 6 months, maybe even a year if you are very careful with it, even without any power grid. In other words, diesel fuel is kind of like a compact form of stored electricity. And if you have a John Deere tractor and you have a wind code generator, you can convert diesel into electricity. That's much better than relying on solar. Not to say that you couldn't have also some backup small solar panels for doing things like charging your cell phone. Those little portable solar kits are fine. But you can't rely on solar to power your house or your refrigerator or anything like that, because it might be a cloudy day. Might be winter where the sun isn't out for many hours in a day, right? You may not have enough amps. Most people really don't have a very big solar array. They throw a couple of panels on the roof and think they've joined the solar revolution. No, you haven't. You're only generating about 150 watts of power, which is not very much. When your hairdryer uses 1,500, your Vitamix blender uses 1,500 watts or more. So, your little 150 watt solar power panels on the roof really don't make much of a difference at all. And when thinking about power, make sure that you do use it sparingly. The other thing is, if you're in a grid down scenario, you don't want to have lights on in your house where other people can see them, because they're thinking, oh, whoa, there's somebody with a generator, right? And they want that. So you do need to practice light discipline, and you need to have a budget. You need to be, very careful to stretch out your power supplies for the longest time possible. And what are some good things to run on your backup emergency power? Well, things like radios, communications equipment, so you can tune in and maybe find out what's going on. It's a good idea to charge up. Maybe you've got rechargeable 18650 batteries for your flashlights or something. Run your battery chargers, but use it sparingly. Have a 1 hour window of when you're going to use electricity for the day and only run the tractor for that 1 hour. The rest of the time is lights out. And if you've got a freezer full of food, you need to dump that freezer as soon as possible because it uses a lot of juice, a lot of power. And you need to dry that food or preserve it or can it or salt it or smoke it or eat it. Put it on the grill and eat it. You need to do something so that you don't need a freezer. Freezers obviously use a lot of power. Same thing with electric ranges, your stovetops, your toasters. Those use a tremendous amount of power. You're not going to be able to do that. If you want to cook, you should have a way to cook on a camp stove or a grill using charcoal or wood or something. Some way to cook without using electricity. Because if you plan to cook all your meals on an electric stove, you're going to burn through all your diesel. And then you won't have any left when you need it for communications and radios and things like that. So you need to understand the budget of what's using electricity. A laptop computer uses very little electricity, typically less than 100 watts. Your electric range stovetop is probably using, more than 2,000 watts. So it's a huge difference. You got to understand these things. Charging batteries takes almost no electricity. Recharging a cell phone takes almost nothing. Running even a desktop computer might only be 500 watts or often less. Understand the budget, the power budget of all these things so that you can make good decisions about what to use and what not to use. And don't advertise to the neighbors that you have electricity. This is another good reason to have a place out in the country, far away from everybody else, because you've got this buffer zone where people don't hear that you're running a generator. If you're in a neighborhood in the suburbs and you're running a generator, it's impossible to keep that thing quiet. They make sounds. They're loud. People can hear it. And they're going to seek you out because they want a generator. They want the gasoline that you've stored. And by the way, I think gasoline generators are a horrible thing. Number one, the ethanol in the gasoline ruins the generators, ruins the motors. So I don't like gasoline generators. I don't even like diesel generators. I like the PTO generators that attach to a tractor. That is absolutely the best way. And that also makes them portable too, by the way. You can get smaller Winco generators that are only 15 kilowatts. They're very small. You could carry it yourself probably. You can get little carts, put them on wheels, drag them around with a tractor. You don't even need a very big tractor to run one of those. You can get a small tractor to generate 15 kilowatts. So you can kind of size this to what you need. I mean, don't oversize it. If you only need to run a small house, don't get a big 50 kilowatt generator. But if you're trying to run a big retail business or something on a generator, maybe the 50 kilowatts makes sense, or you might need something even bigger. But don't oversize it because you don't want to run a bigger diesel engine than you need to. You'll just end up wasting more fuel. Once you get this diesel storage, by the way, top it off and add the antibacterial treatments, because there are some bacteria that will grow in diesel fuel. Believe it or not, they feed off of it. I don't know what kind of crazy bacteria they are, some kind of weird diesel munching superbugs. But you can get these additives that are called, diesel preservatives or something. They're basically just antibiotics for diesel tanks. And you just chuck a bunch of that in there and your diesel will store for a long, long, long time, many years. And the only thing you have to worry about then is water condensation in your diesel fuel. But most diesel tractors and trucks and motors and so on, they have a water separator anyway, because water is really bad for diesel engines, obviously. So a little bit of water condensation is okay. You just don't want lots of water in with your diesel, because then your engines won't run, obviously. All right, next up, we're going to talk about communications, comms gear, radios, what kind of headsets to wear that plug into your radios, push-to-talk systems, security systems, things like that. Then we'll get into chest rigs, firearms, arm braces, red dot sights, ballistic vests, things like that. That's coming up next. Allow me to add kind of a sidebar explanation here. As I was recording this, someone was asking me, well, how does a collapse of the financial system result in killing off 90% of the population? How does that even work? And the answer is actually very straightforward. It's simple. Once you understand how food is produced, food is only cheap and abundant because of, well, tractors. And tractors enable large-scale farming. Tractors run on diesel fuel. Diesel fuel comes from fuel refineries, and fuel refineries have to have a functioning financial system to engage in transactions involving, the acquisition of crude oil, for example, paying the electric bill, paying the employees, everything. For refineries to run, you have to have a functioning banking system, a functioning currency. So if you collapse the currency and the banks shut down and all accounts are frozen, the dollar is worthless, then what happens is immediately the refineries stop functioning. Then there's a ripple effect. Suddenly, farmers can't get fuel. Suddenly, they can't run tractors and harvesters and combines and everything else, which means the food stops being pushed into the food pipeline, and the food that already existed in the pipeline begins to run out. So within a period of a couple of months, that pipeline is empty, and then mass starvation sets in. You see, it's very, very difficult to grow enough food to keep yourself alive by hand. Most people have never done it. I've never done it, not by myself. Now, when I lived in South America, one of the things I did there, I toured in Peru and the high elevation Andes Mountains areas, including some high elevation areas in Ecuador. And there, I was able to directly observe on the farms of the indigenous Indians in the area. And when I say Indians, these are indigenous Ecuadorians who wear the little black hats, like the little top hats, and they have alpaca vests and very colorful, red and black and yellow alpaca, because it's cold. They're in a very cold environment. And I was able to watch one family with an ox and a wooden plow, an actual wooden plow. I mean, a plow made of wood, okay, and an ox. And they were plowing a field in order to grow potatoes. And I think these were sweet potatoes, if I'm not mistaken. And at high elevation in the Andes areas, they grow things like quinoa, and they grow a lot of potatoes because that they can do that because it's an underground, it's a tuber and it can grow at altitude quite successfully. But they used animal power as a multiplier of human power. If you don't have animal power, if you had to do it all by hand, you could not keep yourself alive because you would expend more calories growing the crops than you would get from them. So they use animals as a force multiplier. Now, where do the animals get their calories? Well, animals gather calories themselves. So an ox will go out and eat grass and grains and seeds and so on that are out there, and they will gather the energy to power their muscle and their bodies. And then when you use those animals to plow fields, for example, you are in essence transforming the plant energy of a large ranch, a large farm, into an animal that is basically like a biological tractor to get basically free energy to plow fields so that you can plant potatoes in a way that doesn't take much energy from you, the consumer of the potatoes. In essence, if you were to look at the ecosystem of all the energy in this entire system, you're exploiting the energy from the sun that goes into the grass that's gathered by the animal on their own. They're grazing and gathering energy and building muscle and fat stores and so on. And then you're harvesting that by turning the ox into a tractor, so to speak, to plow the fields and make the potatoes easier. So even in a very low-tech society, they still can't do it by hand. They still rely on animals. Why? If you go back into the Old West, in America, why were animals used as plows? If you want to grow corn at some kind of small scale without using fuel, without using tractors, without using technology, how do you do it? You have animals. And in the United States, they use horses for this as well. So the strong horses, I mean, I'm not an expert on horses, So I don't know what breeds were used for this in the past, but horses weren't show horses. They were mostly work horses. Horses are strong, powerful creatures, and they can feed themselves for the most part. And so their horses have been used for labor, donkeys and burros in South America, as well as oxen, big beasts of burden, as they're called. These were the early tractors before diesel tractors. So if the diesel tractor system collapses because the banking system collapses, then all of a sudden the force multiplier of a diesel engine also vanishes, and you go back to a system where really the only way to survive is to have animals be your engines. Well, let me ask you the question today. How many people in America know how to plow a field with an ox? Right? The answer to that is almost nobody. I can't even think of anybody. I don't know how to do that. I have no clue how to do that. And I don't even know anybody who would know how to do that. I mean, I'm sure there's some clever people who would figure it out, and probably the Amish have got this nailed, Probably a whole bunch of people would be knocking on the doors of the Amish like, hey, please show us how to survive without advanced technology. And the Amish would be probably laughing. Like, we told you your system was going to collapse. This is why we maintained our Amish culture. This is why we use hand tools to build barns. You morons. That's them saying that to, the rest of Western culture. This is what happens when you over leverage everything. You build these complex systems based on debt and based on complex electronics, and software code and software updates. Your John Deere tractor doesn't even start because it's waiting for an update from johndeere.com, which no longer exists because the power grid is down. Your tractor doesn't run. It probably doesn't matter because you can't get diesel anyway. But when that whole system collapses, then agriculture collapses down to people and animals as the labor. Now, here's the upshot of all that. Most human beings living today have never themselves been a source of labor for producing much of their own food. They haven't used their muscle, for example, to plow fields or to grind wheat. The wheat grinders, even going back just 150 years, were run by animals. The animals were walking in circles. That was the power, and that powered the grinder, right? Big stone grinder. Well, today, how would you power a grinder? Would you do it by hand? That's a lot of work. And modern humans have become so weak. I mean, really, really weak, especially compared to Roman times. Your average Roman citizen could work, and the Roman soldiers could row those Roman war boats, whatever they were, the ramming boats. They could row them at very, very high speed for hours. Today, your average American couldn't even get in a boat and row it across a creek. You know what I mean? There's not even the stamina. There's not the endurance. There's not the muscle mass. There's not the health. Nothing. So most people in society would starve to death once the food supply cratered. Very few people know how to grow their own food or even have the determination. I mean, you got to have knowledge, you got to have a certain level of fitness, and you got to harvest animals for some of your, horsepower, literally speaking, actual horsepower, which is, of course, where that term comes from. Horsepower was the main engine of agriculture for, I don't know how long, many hundreds of years, many centuries, until it was replaced by diesel power. Diesel power made food very cheap, and that's when the population explosion took place across the world. I mean, if you look at the population over the last 500 years, you'll see where it took off was where tractors, mechanized agriculture came into play. Because diesel and even a small tractor engine, let's say these days a small tractor engine would be 40 horsepower. Well, that's 40 horses. That's equivalent to 40 horses. It's hard to manage 40 horses, and 40 horses eat a lot of grain and grass. So you have to have a big piece of land to feed 40 horses. Well, if you have a tractor, you just feed it diesel. The diesel has 40 horses built into the diesel. That's the power of fossil fuels. That's energy. And the other upshot of this is the more you want to use animals to grow food, the more you need land for the animals to graze upon. So you can't have a 1 acre farm and live off of it very easily. You know why? Because an animal that you might use to help you in that is going to need way more than 1 acre to feed itself. You got to have land to feed the animals that you're using to grow the food to feed yourself. And you also got to have the knowledge and the gear. You have to have whatever leather straps or whatever control systems you have for all these animals. I don't know what they are. I'm not an expert in work animals, but you got to strap them up to the plow, right? You have to tell them when to turn. With horses, it's a bit in the mouth, right? And there's a halter and there's a saddle, but for these oxen and so on is not a saddle. You're not riding them. You're controlling them. You're walking alongside. Well, that whole system of knowledge in modern America and advanced societies, that's gone. You're going to have to go up to the high Andes mountains and ask the indigenous Indians, how do you do this? Please tell me how does this work? How do you take care of an animal like this? How do you train it? How do you run it? How do you keep it healthy? And that whole knowledge base is gone from Western societies. So the big answer here is, how does famine take hold globally? It's very simple. They shut down the banks. There's a freeze, currencies collapse, and then everything else is just a domino effect. Everything else happens automatically. The fossil fuel refineries shut down, the farming then shuts down, the food supply shuts down, and people starve to death. And at that point, that's when you have that, 90 to 120 day zombie exodus chapter. I should probably draw a timeline on this or something, but that's the zombie exodus chapter, where they're coming out of the cities because all the food's run out and they're looking for food in the countryside. And the shocking thing is there's not really much food in the countryside either, because most of the rural people in America don't know how to grow food either in terms of keeping themselves alive. I mean, they grow food. A lot of people garden and they'll augment their diet, with strawberries or okra, green beans, or tomatoes. People love to grow tomatoes. It's great. Have you ever tried to live off of green beans and tomatoes and cucumbers? It's very difficult. It's almost impossible. And so even the countryside people don't have much of the knowledge about how to grow their own food and live sustainably off their own food, unless you just happen to have inherited a giant almond orchard or something where you have high density fat in the form of nuts, or something like that. And you can barter those with other people and trade for things like strawberries and hamburger meat and things like that. Now, the ranchers will survive because they'll just slaughter cows and they'll smoke the meat or salt the meat, and they'll have a very high fat, high protein diet, which is actually pretty appropriate for people who are very, very active, living on a ranch, working with animals. You expend a lot of energy. You actually need a lot more protein and a lot more fat, especially in the wintertime. But for the average person out there that doesn't have access to ranch animals, they're going to be very hard pressed to be able to grow their food. I mean, you can say, oh, I'm going to grow my lettuce. Yeah, okay, great. You're going to lose weight every day while you're waiting for your lettuce to come in, and then you won't even be able to eat enough lettuce to stop the hunger. I guarantee you, if you were to try a 30-day lettuce diet right now and just eat nothing but lettuce for 30 days, you would lose muscle mass, you would lose bone density, you would lose weight, you'd lose your mind, frankly, and you'd be sick of lettuce after about 3 meals. By the way, you might be sick of it at the first meal. You can't live off lettuce. Doesn't mean lettuce doesn't have a role. All these vegetables, that they provide nutrients that are important, like basil and rosemary, all these spices and herbs and so on. They provide very important nutrients, anti-inflammation nutrients, antioxidants, for example. Anti-cancer nutrients are found in many things. You can grow a lot of very important things. You grow cilantro, right? You can grow all these herbs, very, very important. But these aren't providing the calories. They can't keep you alive in terms of calories that you need. You're going to have at some point probably lard or butter or animal fat. That's the only way probably you're going to live. And I know there's people out there who say, well, I heard about this Indian guru who lived off of sunshine, and he just soaked in the sun, and he didn't eat for 10 years. He was just looking at the sun. Okay, I bet you he had some Pop-Tarts hidden under the bed, but believe me, no one can live on sunlight. No human can live on sunlight. And even if this Indian guru guy somehow did it, I very much doubt that you or I could do it. And I'm not even going to try to do it because the whole thing seems silly. I'm not going to stare at the sun and go blind and then say I don't need food. That just seems insane. So it'd be better to prepare to actually have calories, right? Instead of making up some myth about, oh, I'm feeding off the sun. No, you're not. You know why you can't feed off the sun? Because you don't have photosynthesis happening in your body. You don't have chlorophyll. If you did, you'd be green. If you're totally green and you have like plant physiology in your body and you can walk outside, get some sunshine, and you actually soak up carbon dioxide and convert that into energy, then please call me because I'd want to interview you and do a video. That would be really, really historic in terms of science. We found the first walking human-plant hybrid, but that doesn't exist. You're not solar powered like plants are. You don't use carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. You need oxygen and calories. That's how you and I operate. So I'm not trying to be condescending. This is just a little bit funny, right? That I've heard people make all kinds of weird excuses and tell different stories about why they don't think they need to grow food. You know, well, I'm just gonna meditate and the food will come to me. That's like, what was that? What was that movie, the documentary thing, the Secret, right? People were told that if you just sit in a room and meditate and just attract things to you, then you don't actually have to do any gardening. You can just sit in a room and think about food coming to you and it will come to you. That's what they said. I'm like, okay, go for it. I'm going to go plant some potatoes and some fig trees because I actually want to eat real food, not imaginary food. And, you know, some people then, many people in the Christian faith would say, well, I'm just going to sit in a church and pray for food. God's going to give me the food. You know what? God gave you 2 hands to plant food. God gave you the ability to grow food, but you have to be wise enough to use it. Don't sit there starving to death and then blame God. God didn't bring me the fried potatoes that I was praying for. No, God thinks you're a fool if you don't use the gifts that he gave you. You were born with hands and fingers and a brain, the intelligence to grow food. Don't blame God if you're too lazy to get out there and plant some food. God wants you to succeed, but God isn't your servant. You know, God believes that you have a role to play in your own survival. So you need to take on that responsibility and be in alignment with God, be someone who understands the laws of reality and also uses the gifts you were born with to create food abundance, perhaps to help others at the same time. Maybe you can grow enough food for you and an ill family member, someone you need to take care of who can't farm or garden. You know, maybe you could use your gifts to grow extra food for others. And that would be a great way to serve God, wouldn't it? But just sitting in a chair, sitting in a room, you know, praying or meditating and expecting somebody else to solve your problem really is incredibly, in my opinion, irresponsible. And it's a childlike mentality. It's not being an adult. Adults get up and get out there, grab a shovel and start getting to work. They do it with wisdom, but also with determination, understanding that nothing's free. You're going to have to expend time and effort to make something happen. And you got to work in accordance with the laws of nature. You got to understand the seasons. You got to understand how much water your plants need and so on. You got to understand nutrients, which is a good reason to have goats, by the way. I have goats, and goats produce, you may not know this, but goats produce a pelleted fertilizer. It's called goat poop, and it's the cleanest fertilizer in the world. Just little pellet-sized little poop pellets. I mean, they're so clean they don't even smell bad. It's not like horse poop or cow poop or anything like that. Goat poop is the perfect fertilizer. And so if I were in a survival scenario, I would find the goat poop piles, which are not that difficult to find, by the way. And you just sort of sweep them into a bucket. They're like dry pellets, and you just dump that on your crops, your potato crops, or you work it into the soil, obviously, but that's your fertilizer. And so goats are running around harvesting all of the weeds and the grass, and they're eating leaves and briars and things. They love weeds. They love like even sticky, like milk thistle, whatever. They eat everything. So they're out gathering all this stuff, and then they create goat poop. You can take that goat poop and you can put it into your garden. And what have you done? You've just now amplified your effectiveness using animals who collected food that was created by sunlight. So now you've got the power of the sun concentrated in the poop, helping you grow food more effectively without taking more effort. That is working in alignment with nature and in alignment with God. You should be collecting goat poop rather than sitting in a room meditating and thinking the universe is going to deliver something to you for free on a silver platter without any effort on your part. You really want to be enlightened? Think goat poop. That's the way to do it. That is the path to enlightenment. If you want to have expanded consciousness, gather some goat poop first. It will humble you. It will give you great wisdom. And this is why it's great to have goats. I love my goats. They're great. They're Nigerian dwarf goats, by the way. They produce really delicious milk, too. So anyway, that's the philosophy of this, and that helps answer the question of how can so many people around the world die from starvation and famine just from the banking system collapsing. That's why. And most people have never thought about where their food comes from and how difficult it would be to grow their own food if they had to. Most people would die. That is not an exaggeration. Most people would die. They have no clue where to even begin. And if they're living in a city, they don't even have the space. They don't even have the land required to even think about growing food. Food production without fossil fuels is very difficult. And that's how the system collapses. And we could learn a lot from the folks in Ecuador and Peru and also Papua New Guinea, which is an agricultural nation for the most part, very simple, not a lot of complex technology, but also basically collapse proof. And in Hawaii, by the way, a lot of people in Hawaii, especially the native Hawaiians, they know how to grow more of their own food. Now they have the advantage that the climate is perfect all year round in Hawaii, in most of the areas anyway. So it's real easy to grow food if you're near the equator. That's why it's easy to grow food in, many parts of Venezuela, many parts of Brazil, for example. It's easy to grow food depending on the elevation and so on. Whereas in North America, you have seasonal food production, and that's why you have to get into canning and salting and, preserving food and so on to make it through the off seasons. So there's a reason why American pioneers were very successful, very tough people. You know why? Because the ones that weren't died. So there was a Darwinian, survival of the fittest thing that was very, very real. If you moved out west back in the early 1800s or something, you had a wagon and a horse and you moved out west and you got 100 acres in Colorado, let's say, and you didn't figure out how to can food for the winter, you died. That's end of story. So the ones who survived were the ones who were smart, adaptable, and people who planned ahead. Like that's my ancestors, people who planned ahead. And that's why, by the way, a nation founded on struggle, on difficult times, difficult climates, those people tend to be stronger, smarter, more adaptable, more successful. A nation where food comes easy, where you have year-round growing, where you don't have to plan ahead, such as, for example, Haiti, those nations tend to collapse because they have no planning, because the whole culture is a culture of lack of planning. Whereas if you go to, for example, Northern European nations or even the harsh climates of China or Russia, why are Russians so smart? Why are Russians some of the smartest people on the planet? Because if you're stupid, you died from starvation because you have to make it through the winter. And some of the Russian winters are brutal. you have to plan ahead. Same thing is true in countries like Switzerland and in northern China and so on. To survive, you got to plan ahead. So this is, Jared Diamond writes about this in his book called Guns, Germs, and Steel. And it's really worth a read because it talks about much of the structure of human societies and how cultural differences lead to different outcomes in the modern day. But given the collapse scenario that's arriving, we're going to see a throwback to much earlier times. And we're going to see a collapse of the specialization efficiencies of modern society. And most societies on the planet will revert back to simpler times, more of a flat society instead of a complex hierarchical society. And in a flat agricultural-based society, only the strong survive. And that's where this is all headed. It's going to be more of a flat society. Instead of just 2% of the people growing food, which is the current situation in North America, it's going to be more like 90% of the people growing food. And it's going to be a much smaller population. So that's the idea here. I just wanted to interject this to explain how the collapse happens. It will take time for this to cascade through the system. And so there will be time to plant food. There will be time to learn and gather seeds and start engaging in local barter and things like that. But you're going to wish you had this knowledge and experience much sooner, because you don't want to end up learning for the first time in the middle of a survival scenario. That's a bad time to learn these skills. Try to learn them in advance in any way you can. For this section, we're going to talk about comms, or communications. This is an area that's pretty easy to accidentally skip, but it's very, very important. Now, we have short-range comms. I'll talk about this and what equipment you need, and that's house to house, maybe a small neighborhood, or out on a ranch. You need to communicate with family members. We'll talk about the right radios to use and also the right gear to have. And then we'll talk about long-range communications, which I'm no expert on, but I know the basics, and I'll give you that information. I also know where to learn more, and I'd like to say that right up front. brushbeater.wordpress.com. That's brushbeater, B-E-A-T-E-R, .wordpress.com. And there you will find NC Scout, who is a radio and comms expert. I interviewed him. You can find that interview on brighteon.com. You should definitely check out that interview. It's very informative. I ask him a lot of questions about specific gear, what's best, what has encryption for the radios and so on. In fact, he recommends a DMR radio. If you want basic encryption, it's called the Baofeng 1701. That Baofeng is spelled B-A-O-F-E-N-G. It's a Chinese radio company. They make very good radios. They're well known. They're used across the patriot community and police, not necessarily military, but certainly police, and probably a lot of militia people use these radios as well. Get the Baofeng 1701 DMR radio. Those are about $99, and you can use DMR settings, which is a kind of digital, not necessarily encryption, but a digital encoding that makes it harder for analog people to hear what you're saying. Or if you want to go super cheap, you can get the Baofeng UV-5R. UV-5R. Those are the super cheap ones. You can buy like 6 of them for, $149 or something like that, and hand them out to your family members, friends, and neighbors and coworkers, whatever. All you have to do is agree on some frequencies to use. And on most of these radios, you can set a primary frequency and then a secondary frequency. So you can have 2 frequencies programmed in very quickly without even using any programming software. If you want to get more advanced than that, then use the Chirp software, C-H-I-R-P, Chirp software. You can get that from chirp.danplanet.com. Again, that's chirp.danplanet.com. And the reason you use this software is if you want to program these radios with multiple frequencies and all kinds of other settings that you can play with there. For some people, the programming of the radios is a little complex. The user guides aren't very good because, they're made in China. So, but there's a lot of online help. And You might have to ask for someone who's a little more technical to help you out, but once you go through it one time, it's pretty easy. Now, once you have these radios programmed, you can obviously carry them around like walkie-talkies. You can press the transmit button and talk, and the other people listening in hear you. And then hopefully at some point you release the transmit button so that they can reply. Don't don't stomp on the transmit button. Remember, only one person can be talking at once. Now, that's a very basic way to use these radios. But a more advanced way to use them is to tie them into headsets and then use what's called a push-to-talk adapter. Now, a push-to-talk adapter simply plugs into your radio and it plugs into your headset. And when you push a button, then it allows you to talk and transmit. And when you let go of the button, then you're listening. And this is what military people use, is a push-to-talk adapter for a military radio and some kind of a headset that they're wearing. There are cheap headsets called Bowman, Bowman, and there are cheap knockoffs of the Bowman earpieces that are made for airsoft gaming. And you can go on Amazon and you can search for Bowman headsets for airsoft, and some of them are pretty cheap, like $30, $40, and they may work just fine. I haven't used those, so I don't know how well they work, but you do need to have a push-to-talk adapter. Now, these adapters are often known as U94 PTT products or systems. One brand that's out there is called ArmorWorks, WERX, ArmorWorks U94 PTT system. And these push-to-talk systems have to be compatible with your radio, and then they have to be compatible with your headset. So this gets really complicated if you're trying to match them all up, and you can end up buying the wrong thing. So let me simplify it for you. I've done the research. I've also talked with brushbeater.wordpress.com, and he gave me the lowdown. Here's what it is. If you want a fail-safe system that always works, that's rugged, here's what you buy. You buy the Peltor, that's Peltor, Peltor ComTac 3 headset. And ComTac is COMTAC. So Peltor ComTac 3 headset with a single communications channel. All right, those are what the military uses. And it's hearing protection plus radio capability with a boom microphone. So this is hearing protection, protect your ears if you're out on the gun range, but you can also use it to communicate with your buddies in a tactical situation. That headset can cost you $500 to $800, even $900. Just depends on sort of where you get it and whether it's a over-the-head system or behind the neckband system or whatever. This is a good investment, and here's why. This Peltor ComTac headset uses the standard military NATO wiring. So this plugs into the ArmorWorks U94 PTT system, the push-to-talk system, which is compatible with military NATO wiring, which is what the Peltor uses. So you'll plug it into the PTT system. On the other end of all this is your radio, the Baofeng radio. And Baofeng uses what's called Kenwood plugs. Kenwood is another radio manufacturer. I know this gets a little confusing, but I'm trying to keep it simple. So just trust me. If you buy a Baofeng radio and you buy the Peltor headsets, and then you get the ArmorWorks U94 PTT system that's compatible with Baofeng / Kenwood and compatible with NATO / Peltor, then you've got all three components that will work together. And now all you got to do is figure out where to put them on your body. Put them on your chest rig. And I'll talk about chest rigs in a minute here, but you could put a radio on your waist, but usually a push-to-talk system attaches to a chest rig, which is kind of like, usually it's an ammo carrying vest, but you can carry a lot of other things on that chest rig. You can carry first aid equipment, which I strongly recommend, tourniquets, blood stop type of things, gauze, lots of things. povidone iodine wipes. You can have lights, flashlights. You can have a compass in there. You can do there's a lot of little pouches. You can carry ammo and many other things. But there's places on that chest rig to attach a push-to-talk, device. And so if you go look at pictures of how military operators are actually wired up, usually what you'll find, and this is a very good discussion about how to have a chest rig set up, is most soldiers are right-handed. So in their right hand is their rifle control. They have their hand on the grip of the rifle. And so they don't put the radio on the right side of their chest. Instead, they put the radio on the left side because their left hand is usually the hand that's free. And the left hand is what's usually pushing the push-to-talk adapter that is usually mounted on the left vertical side of their chest rig. And then the radio will be in one of the pouches, typically on the left side of the vest as well. So we'll talk about this more later, how to set up a chest rig, but just understand that when you buy this setup, you're going to be wearing the Peltor Comtac headsets on your head, obviously. You're going to have a boom mic that you can talk into. You're going to have a chest rig where you're carrying the stuff that you need on your chest, and it may or may not have ballistic plates in it. You could put a level 3A ballistic plate in it to protect you from handgun fire, for example. Or you could put a big heavy steel plate if you want rifle fire protection, but that gets heavy and hot. I'll talk about that later. Or you could just have a chest rig that has no ballistic plates, which is the simplest way to do this. And you can have your radio, and you can have some ammo mags, and you're ready to go. So if you have to engage zombies, then you and your buddies on your country retreat, ideally, you would all have this exact setup. You would all have the Peltor headsets. You would all have the push-to-talk adapters. You would all have the same Baofeng radios, maybe the 1701 DMR radio, and you would all have spare magazines. You'd all be running your AR rifle. You'd all have a chest rig, and you can talk to each other. And probably the enemy can't hear you because maybe they're not running DMR radios. So that's a very good situation to be in. Now, I know this is starting to sound like a lot of gear, but communications is absolutely key. If you can't communicate, you really can't be effective. Small teams rely on communication because let's say you have 4 people, and it could be 2 men and 2 women, let's say. You don't have to be soldiers. You can just be everyday people who want to live, who want to survive. You know the zombies are coming, so you buy this stuff ahead of time, and you practice. You have to practice. You practice, what do you shout when you're out of ammo? And what does someone shout when they're covering you when you're reloading? How do you communicate a desire to move? And by the way, the way this typically goes, I mean, different teams use different kinds of language, but often if someone, usually, let's say you're right next to a person, you and that person are engaged kinetically with rifle fire with a bunch of zombies, and you're out, you've just run out of ammo, you might shout just verbally, not even using the radio. You might just shout, really screaming out. You might say, check. Like, this might be your term. Check could mean out of ammo. You don't normally scream out of ammo because then the enemy knows you're out of ammo. So you have a different term. You scream check, and then someone knows to cover for you while you are reloading. And typically what that means is the other person would provide suppressing fire, often at a bit of a reduced rate, like 1 round every 3 seconds, for example, downrange, just to have the enemy keep their heads down. And then when you have ammo back in your rifle and you're ready to run again, you're going to have a term that you agree on. You're going to say, back up or running or green or whatever. Probably running's not the best word for that. So you might say green, and then the other person knows they can start doing full rates of fire because now you're firing too. I'm not going to get into a lot of squad tactics here, but I'm just kind of giving you examples of this. Also, when one person needs to move, they might shout, moving, which means that they want to move. They want to reposition. And then the person that's covering for them would acknowledge that it's safe for them to move by screaming, move. And they're going to lay down covering fire while the first person engages in the movement. So there's a lot of team tactics that you could read about, you need to work out, you mostly just need to practice so that you can move and cover for each other, and you can cover for each other when you run out of ammo, when you're switching magazines, for example. You got an empty mag, you're swapping out a mag, you're down for a few seconds. Or when your rifle is jammed, you have a problem. You have to troubleshoot the rifle. You got a double feed. You got a stovepipe round in there, something like that. And of course, by yourself also, there are a lot of tactics of how to switch from your primary rifle to your secondary backup handgun. If your rifle jams, like you're in the middle of a firefight, you're popping off rounds and there's a jam, you might initially try to clear the jam, by smacking the magazine, cycling the bolt carrier group. And if you get another click, and I've seen this from other students in class where they had like a bad primer and the primers were falling out of the brass casings and the primers were getting stuck inside the trigger group. Yeah, I know. Crazy, right? The primers were getting stuck in the trigger group, so the trigger would not move the firing pin. I know. We had to take their rifles apart just to see, like, what the hell is going on in this rifle? But that's what happened. It was bad ammo, and the primers were falling out and getting caught in the trigger group. So there was no bang, just a click. When that happens, you need to practice of transitioning away from your rifle, grabbing your primary pistol, which is your secondary firearm in this scenario. Grabbing your pistol, fire it off pistol rounds until you can get to cover, or until your teammate can cover you, or you can do whatever you need to do in order to get to a safe place where you can then holster your pistol and try to troubleshoot your rifle and get your rifle back up. You do not want to be in a firefight with zombies using a pistol. You want to be in the firefight with a rifle. You got to get that rifle up and running, or you're probably dead. Pistols aren't very good. They're just kind of the last ditch thing. You want your rifle to be running. If your rifle's not running, you need to find cover, get that thing running. I don't care if you need to beat it on the ground to get a stuck piece of brass out of the chamber. Whatever you need to do, you need to stomp on that charging handle, you do it. You get that rifle up and running again. And comms are part of all of this. Comms are how you cover for each other and become an effective fighting team. So whoever you're with, I don't care if it's just you and your wife, or you and your husband, you and your daughter or son, even if it's just two people, you practice with comms. You practice how to communicate, how to move, how to shoot, how to cover each other, how to clear jams. When you master those things, you are very, very effective. And if you've got 4 people that you can practice with, a 4-person team, men or women, doesn't matter. Maybe the women are running often smaller firearms, like a 9mm pistol with an arm brace, for example, like an MP5 type of deal. A SIG MPX firearm would be a good example of that. And the men are running AR-15s. So you got 2 MPXs with 9mm and 2 AR-15s running 5.56. That can be a very, very effective team with radios where you're communicating with each other. And you know who's moving, who's bounding, who's covering, your locations, and you're reporting to each other your observations of where the enemy happened to be. So this comes from practice, but you got to have the gear in order to even do the practice. And you can practice even without wasting ammo, by the way. You can do a lot of this practice with dry fire. So you don't have to be popping off rounds to do this kind of practice. You don't even have to be necessarily running around at full speed. You can walk through this kind of practice the first few times just to get down what are the calls, how do we move together. You can take it slow. You can do it in normal conversation. You don't even have to have guns. You can just use your fingers and go bang, bang, and just practice the movement to get started. Seriously. It's about movement and communications. It's not about the live rounds in this phase of the training. So don't be afraid to get your group together, get everybody up to speed with the right radios. And if people don't have the money for all this fancy headset stuff, you can get one of those Bowman headsets, and you'll have to find a push-to-talk adapter that works with the Bowman headset. Those are pretty easy to find. You can get them on Amazon. And then the way the guys in the military do it is they just stick an earplug in their right ear. So normally they have the Bowman headset on their left ear, and then they have an earplug in their right ear. Now, the reason I don't like that, the reason I like the Peltor Comtacs better, is because the Peltor headsets, they allow sound to come through, but they suppress the loud gunfire. So you can still hear normal sounds, and you still have stereo hearing when using the Peltors, which I think was purchased by 3M. So now that's really known as 3M Peltor Comtac headsets. I like to have stereo hearing because it's better situational awareness. I like to have the ear protection, the 23 decibel reduction or whatever it is, so that I don't have to worry about hearing damage. I don't know if that Bowman speaker or headset, I don't know if that actually has much hearing protection. And there's a lot of military veterans who, of course, have lost their hearing from not having adequate hearing protection. And by the way, a lot of those shove-in earplugs that you might shove into your right ear, a lot of those things fall out. I don't know what your ears are shaped like. Maybe I have weird alien ear canals or something, but those things don't fit my ears. And if I'm leaning over and shooting underneath some cover or shooting around a corner or whatever, crawling around, those earplugs fall out. And I don't want to take raw rifle fire with an unprotected ear. Your ears will be ringing for days and you'll have permanent hearing damage. So I like to wear the Peltors. As far as I'm concerned, spending $700 or whatever it is worth protecting my hearing. So that's my recommendation. Now, so back to the radios. You can all be running the Baofeng 1701 DMR radios, or you can all be running the UV5R radios. If you have no money at all, you can get the UV5Rs, which again are like $20 each or $25 each. And I think for something like $6 on Amazon, you can get a simple earpiece with a microphone on it, just a simple cord. They're not battle rugged. They're not mil-spec. They're cheap Chinese-made microphones, and they don't offer you any hearing protection against gunfire. But if you really need something dirt cheap, you can go on to Amazon and buy that. Nothing replaces practicing as a group. If you train with the people that you're going to be with when the zombies come for you, then you're going to be very, very effective. If you have no training and you don't know how to communicate together and you're just making it up as you go along, you're screaming out there, "I'm out of ammo," or whatever. "My gun's jammed," then the zombies are going to overrun you because they're just listening for things like that. I mean, zombies can still process the English language, most of them. So they hear you say that, they're just going to overrun your position. And remember, nobody can keep their gun running all the time. You're going to have pauses because your magazine's empty, or your gun's jammed, or you've been shot in the hand, let's say. The hands get shot all the time. In gunfights, that's the part that gets shot first. Did you know that? Because that's the part that's out there, that's sticking out around the corner, wherever your gun is, your hand is. So hands tend to get shot a lot. You might have to shift to your left hand, which really brings back the whole point of training with bilateral shooting. So not only should you be able to shoot your pistol with your left hand and your right hand, both very competently, you should train of how to reload your weapon using one hand and how to clear a jam using one hand. And this is really when it gets into some of the classes like tacticalresponse.com. My friend there, James Yeager, he teaches these classes all over the country. I strongly recommend you take one of his classes, or take them all. Take everything you can. I like to attend his classes when he's got them in Texas, just to get, I don't know, more experience, more troubleshooting. I remember the first time I went to his class in Texas, I brought a Glock that I had replaced the trigger, or at least the trigger bar, as it's called. And as a result, the pins, there are 2 pins that you need to push out of a Glock. I think it's 2 pins. Yeah, it's 2 pins to get to disassemble it and get to the trigger mechanism. Actually, wait a minute, it's 3 pins, come to think of it. Anyway, in the middle of the class, as we were shooting, these pins started walking out. And suddenly, my Glock came apart in my hands in the middle of class. It was like a second before I had a functioning Glock, and now, boom, the slide has come off. I'm not blaming Glock for this. I had punched those pins out maybe too many times, and they were loose. And I should have noticed that. But it does tell you why maybe you shouldn't mess with your pistols too much and try to customize everything all the time. Now, these days, I mostly just run stock pistols. I don't mess with them. And I buy SIGs now, by the way, SIG Sauer. And SIG Sauer triggers are so good, you don't need to mess with them. That's the thing about Glocks is I always thought the stock triggers were pretty mushy and required too much pressure. So I would reduce those Glock triggers down to like 3.3 pounds or 3.5 pounds and turn them into a more rapid shooting gun. And I've got Glocks set up that way, which I think are great. But when I bought SIG pistols like the P320, I found out that I love the way SIG comes from the factory. I don't have to mess with it. I've never had to swap out a trigger on a SIG. And even the sights are better on a SIG than the standard factory Glock sights as far as I'm concerned. So anyway, I learned that if you mess around with your pistol, it will come apart in the middle of class. I also learned why you should have a backup pistol. And now all my pistols work because I've got a lot more experience. That was like 8 years ago or something that happened. It was kind of funny. You'll get yelled at by one of the instructors named Tim. Tim is a cultural treasure to the United States of America. Tim, you have not lived until you've been chewed out by Tim, especially depending on what race you are or what gender you are. You will have an eye-opening, politically correct experience getting chewed out by instructor Tim. You don't want to miss that. That should be on your bucket list. Before you kick the bucket, do something to get yelled at by Tim. You'll love that. It will toughen you up. In any case, this gets back to the whole issue of practice and why it's a great idea to learn how to shoot a gun with both hands. And in these classes like tactical response, like I mentioned, they'll teach you things like how to reload with one hand, how to reload or how to clear jams with one hand, even with a rifle. So if you think you've mastered a handgun because you can hold it with two hands and you can squeeze off a couple of rounds and you can reload with two hands and you can cycle the slide with two hands, you've only just begun. Because the fun part is when the instructor says, okay, your right hand has been shot up, you can no longer use it. Now do everything you just did without your right hand. So show me how you shoot with your left hand. Show me how you clear a jam. Show me how you reload. And this involves things like cycling the slide by using your belt and the sights of the gun. You push the sights down against your belt and try not to shoot yourself in the crotch, by the way. This involves things like it could be using your knees, and you put the pistol upside down between your knees and you squeeze your knees, and you grab a new magazine and you shove that new magazine in there. You slam it with your good left hand, and you grab the pistol, and then you rack it off your belt and don't shoot yourself in the junk, and you're back up and running with your left hand. Now this gets real interesting when you're running a rifle. Have you ever had to run a rifle with one hand? You know, it's not easy, and it does take a lot of forearm strength just to typically hold the rifle with one hand. But what do you do if you have to reload a rifle with one hand? What if it's your offhand, which for most people is their left hand? What if your right hand is shot up, but you're not dead yet? You're still in the fight, and your teammates are screaming at you to keep shooting because they're moving and outmaneuvering the bad guys. And if you could just get through this, you could heal. Your hand could heal. You just got to not die. So your left hand is good. How do you run the rifle with your left hand? How do you reload with just your left hand? Where are the magazine pouches on your chest rig? How do you rack that rifle bolt carrier group, charging handle with just your left hand. So these are skills that you can practice, frankly, without even using ammo. And these are skills that you should practice. Just like when you were a kid, first time you learned to tie your shoes. Oh my God, it was so difficult. Remember that? I don't know how old I was when I learned to tie my shoes, but every kid goes through the same thing. First time, it's a tough thing. First time you ever rode a bike. I assume people are still riding bicycles these days. Maybe not. Maybe the snowflake generation now doesn't even know how to ride a bike. I don't know. But I remember the first time I rode a bike, right? A little tricky, a little wobbly. Did you have training wheels on your bike? See, I never had training wheels. My training wheels were fall down and crash, and then don't do that same mistake. I didn't have training wheels. It was just like, figure this out quick, or crash into the concrete. But then after a period of time, riding a bike became no problem. Or the first time you drove a car. Remember how crazy that was? You got to deal with all the pedals and the stick shift. The first car I drove was a stick shift. Yeah, I had to deal with the clutch too. These kids today, they have it easy with automatic transmissions. Try driving a stick shift as your very first car. There's a lot to think about. It's very difficult, right? But after you do it for a few hundred hours, it becomes second nature, so much that you can drive to work without even thinking about it. You can have a telephone conversation while you're driving to work. You're driving a car, something that was very complex when you first did it. So don't think that these movements with firearms are going to be impossible. You can master them. It's just the same thing as tying your shoes, learning how to swim, learning to type on a computer keyboard, or learning to drive a car. If you have hands, or even just one hand, you can master this stuff. You just have to go through the motions, work it out. It's going to be really clumsy at first. You're going to think this is freaking impossible at first, especially you women who are trying to rack the slide of a pistol. And you're like, why did they make this thing so damn difficult to rack this slide? And there could be some possible answers like, oh, you have a brand new gun that's not really, worked in very much. You need to put a few hundred rounds through it. It'll loosen up a little bit. Maybe you need to lube that gun. You don't want a dry metal pistol slide that doesn't move very easily. But you mostly want to break it in, and it might be technique. There are easier ways to rack the slide. And I can't really show you here because this isn't a video, but you can go online and look for those things and you can practice it. You can also get stronger. Your grip can get a lot stronger. And you can also use your body weight. You can rack the slide by pushing the pistol down against the rear sights on the edge of something, doing it safely so you don't shoot yourself in the process. Don't shoot your feet. Never good to shoot your feet. And also don't shoot your hands while you're doing that either. You might want to practice it without any ammo at all. No magazine, no ammo. Just practice racking the slide. So you can get through these things. If you can drive a car, or if you can operate a computer keyboard, you can get good at running a rifle, a pistol, reloading, clearing jams. And that's basically all you need. And then, you can use the radio as well, push to talk, or sometimes we say push to scream. It's a push to scream button. Ah! So your buddies know you're screaming. That's not very helpful. All right, now we're going to jump into a discussion of actual firearms. For this section, we will cover specific recommendations of firearms to acquire if you don't have them, and firearms to own and hold on to. Kind of cover the bare minimum of what you need, in my opinion, to effectively defend yourself against the chaos that's coming. Now, for a lot of reasons, many people start out purchasing a pistol, and that's fine. And my pistol recommendations really are pretty broad. All the companies out there make good pistols. I mean, M&P makes the Shield pistol. Glock is a perfectly good pistol. Obviously, Sig Sauer. I have switched from Glocks to Sig Sauer over the last couple of years, and now I actually carry the Sig P320. And I recommend, first ask yourself, are you a large-handed person or a small-handed person? or maybe medium-handed, I don't know. But if you're maybe a medium or large-handed person, you can probably handle the P320, no problem. If you're a small-handed person, then the SIG P365, or the slightly larger version, which has the same diameter of the grip, is the P365XL. Both of those are excellent choices. In fact, I love the P365, which I sometimes use as a backup pistol. And the reason, it's a very logical, rational reason. Let me explain here. The P365 pistol is very, very small, but it was designed around a kind of 1.5 thickness bullet stacked magazine that allows this very small frame pistol to hold 10 plus 1 rounds, which is 10 in the magazine, 1 in the barrel. This pistol is almost exactly the same size as the Glock 43, I think it is. The Glock 43, however, only holds 6 rounds in the magazine plus 1 in the barrel. And I own a Glock 43. It's now obsolete. The SIG P365 is much better than the Glock 43. So there's a reason. You want to have more bullets, obviously, in the same size pistol that you're carrying. Now, if you're in a survival situation, you're going to need, in my opinion, really, now you'll have to prioritize your purchases on this, but I think you need 3 pistols, and here's why. I think you need a very small frame backup pistol, like the SIG P365, which some people carry in an ankle holster. Some people carry on the opposite side of their hip as their primary pistol. So some people carry 2 pistols. Not a horrible idea. So that's your backup pistol. You also then need a concealed carry pistol that's usually called a compact size. Now, a Glock 19 would be a compact Glock. That's the perfect size pistol for most people. Works great. If you had to choose one pistol above all, Glock 19. Very simple. Better than almost any other choice. But I carry the P320 in the compact size as my everyday carry pistol. So if I'm out in a restaurant, if I'm walking through a grocery store, or wherever, I've got that SIG P320 compact, which is not really very small. So, I'm a pretty large guy, so I can carry it and I can conceal it very effectively. You have to decide if it works for you. Now, in a survival scenario where you are armed all the time on your own property, you don't want a compact concealable pistol. What you want is a full-size pistol. And there are a couple of reasons why. Number one, you don't need to conceal it. You're walking around your own property. So you should have a full-size pistol, which could be, for example, the SIG P320 full-size instead of the compact. Or it could be a Glock, a Glock 21, I think, or I don't remember all the Glock numbers, but a full-size Glock in 9mm or 40 cal or whatever you use would be appropriate. The reason a full-size pistol makes a lot of sense, and this is counterintuitive to a lot of people, is because the bigger the pistol, the less the recoil. And that's because of Newton's laws of motion. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. If you have a large chunk of metal firing a 9mm bullet, that large chunk of metal is going to experience very little recoil compared to a small chunk of metal firing the same 9mm round. So small pistols have a big, scary kick. Big pistols have a small kick. And I've seen this in students where they bring a small pistol to class thinking, well, it's a small pistol, it's going to be easier to shoot. No, it isn't. They're harder to shoot. They jump around, they lurch, they go bang, they scare students. You hand a student a much bigger pistol with more mass, more metal, and suddenly they're shooting better. Why? It's smoother to shoot. So in truth, you really want the largest pistol that you can get for the circumstances that you're trying to get it for. For example, I have a full-size FN pistol that is really super smooth to shoot. It's like butter. It's crazy. You can put multiple rounds on target right after one another. It's fantastic. But I wouldn't want to have a small gun because it'd be jumping around all the time. Now, the SIG P365 is remarkably accurate as a very, very small gun. I couldn't believe it. There's something about the SIGs with the dovetail geometry that if you seat your hand correctly under that dovetail, where you're gripping that gun up high and really putting it in sort of the crotch between your thumb and your first finger, that extended dovetail of the SIGs really controls the vertical spread of your rounds. And this is why I like SIGs better than Glocks. Well, there's a couple of reasons. Glocks don't have such a pronounced dovetail. And Glocks, at least in my experience, and I know this varies from person to person, and there are very, very good shooters who love Glocks, and nothing wrong with Glocks, but when I shoot Glocks, they have more of a vertical spread than when I'm shooting SIGs. Maybe it's just something about my hand geometry or the way I use my muscles when I hold the gun or whatever. Everybody's different, so find out what works for you. But there's another reason why I like SIGs better than Glocks. Actually, there are a couple of reasons. I'll get back to the list of guns you need. But SIGs are, you can disassemble a SIG without having to pull the trigger. The disassembly and reassembly is easier on a SIG than a Glock. It's no big deal if you're experienced, but for first-time gun owners or people who aren't so mechanically inclined, a SIG is actually easier to disassemble than a Glock. But another big thing is that Glock magazines are all polymer, whereas SIG magazines are metal. In fact, I'm going to pull out one of the mags I'm carrying right now just to make sure I'm describing this accurately. Yeah. See, I carried a Glock for many, many years with the same magazine. And one day I decided I'm just going to shoot this magazine that I've been carrying, which had hollow point rounds in it. I'm just going to shoot out this magazine to kind of refresh the bullets. I don't like to carry the same actual bullets for, years. I'd like to just shoot them and put fresh bullets in there. And when I shot that first bullet out of the Glock, the magazine fell out of the Glock and it did not load a second round. So it went bang and then bloop, there goes the magazine. It's on the ground, which is not really the way you want guns to work because it becomes click and then, oh my God. So I did a little investigation on this. Like, why would these magazines fall out? And it turns out that because the Glock magazines are made of polymer material, there's a little indentation where the mag release latches onto that magazine. If you carry a Glock with a mag in it for a long period of time, there's a little bit of vibration in there just from day to day walking around and carrying a gun. Because I carry all the time, and I have for, I don't know how many years, many, many years. And it turns out that it smooths out, it wears down that groove in the polymer magazine so that the gun release catch no longer retains the magazine. And then the magazine falls out, bloop, and you have no magazine. The SIGs are made of metal. The magazines are metal. And guess what? You don't wear out the metal by walking around with it. I don't care. Even if you're belly dancing, even if you're doing, I don't know, some kind of aerobics or something, jazzercise, Pilates with a handgun, you're not going to wear out that magazine, and that magazine's never going to fall out. So the day that the magazine fell out of my Glock was the day that I realized I needed to switch to SIG. And then I found out that I shoot better with SIGs also, and that SIGs are easier to disassemble, and they have replaceable gun frames and things like that. The SIG, I look, in my opinion, the SIG is just a better engineered pistol. But I know there's a lot of people who are Glock snobs out there, and they're going to be really angry to hear that. Oh my God, don't you know SIG is made by whoever, Sig Sauer. And everybody's got a personal opinion, but I have logical, rational reasons for why I don't want to carry a plastic magazine, i.e. polymer magazine in a pistol, which is what Glock offers. So I'm not a fan of that. All right, getting back to the gun list. So far then, to review, you have a backup gun, which could be the SIG P365. You have a carry concealed gun, which could be the SIG P320 compact. And then you have a everyday carry gun that is large, that you have on your waist when you're walking around your property and being on alert for the zombie mob or something, right? Or thieves or looters or whatever. That gun could be the full-size SIG, P320, or there are lots of other choices, but just make sure it's a full-size gun. Some guys like to carry a 1911 with their 45 auto rounds, even though you don't have much ammunition in a 1911 unless you have a big double stack setup, which gets a little bulky. But hey, whatever you like to shoot, make it big, get a good holster, put it on your waist, carry it around 24/7. The whole point of having a big pistol is so that you can carry it around without having to think about it. And at first, you're carrying your gun 24/7. You're going to notice it. It's going to get in the way. You're going to hit it walking through doorways or whatever. You're going to knock something off the counter with your gun holster because you're not used to it being there. That's going to go away after a few days and you won't even notice it. You won't even notice it. You will go throughout your life without even realizing you have that gun there until you need it. And that's the point of having a pistol. Frankly, if I could have a rifle on my hip that wouldn't get in the way, I'd just carry a rifle all the time. Of course, you can't do that because they're big and heavy. So that's why we have pistols. Remember the thinking of what pistols are for. Pistols are to be used to allow you to get to your rifle. That's pretty much it. If someone comes onto your property and starts shooting at you, you might pull your pistol. You might fire off a couple of rounds at them, maybe to kind of halt their attack, to make them seek cover, to let them know they're going to face some resistance. But after you do that, you should be running and sprinting for your rifle. Once you have your rifle, you can actually get business done. That's when you can put rounds out, hundreds of yards, and you can use your super duper ACOG scope or whatever you have on your rifle, your hollow sun red dot, which I'll talk about, or maybe your variable magnification optic, whatever you have. It's a real nice Trigicon 1:6, for example. Whatever you have, then you can really seek out and take out targets with your rifle. The pistol is just to get you to your rifle. Now, so far then, you have 3 pistols, right? You got your backup, you got your carry pistol, and then you have your primary large pistol that you're carrying openly on your property. You need one more pistol. That's right. You're going to need 4 pistols. And that is your night vision pistol. And because of what I mentioned about night vision earlier, it's very, very hard to line up the sights on a pistol with night vision unless you have a red dot sight on your pistol. There are a lot of good options now for red dot sights. Trigicon makes some. There's the RMR. What else is out there? Oh yeah, SIG's got a really nice red dot as well that pops onto their SIG pistols. I've got one of those. And these are great for night vision use. So your day gun is typically different from your night gun or your night vision gun. And this is really important to note because during the day, I don't want a red dot sight on my pistol. Why? Because it's slower. I can acquire a target and engage a target much more quickly using iron sights. But the iron sight gun doesn't work with night vision because the sights aren't in focus. So that's when you need a red dot. So now you're up to 4 pistols, which it's about $2,000 worth of pistols. All right, now we're going to cover rifles next, and you're going to need several rifles as well, but at least you have the pistols covered here. For rifles, your first rifle should be a standard AR-15, and you can get them from many companies. I recommend just a direct impingement, regular 16-inch barrel, mil-spec AR-15. You can get them from everybody. Everybody makes an AR-15. Smith & Wesson, Patriot Ordnance, just freaking everybody. You can get a sporting rifle, or you can go Bravo Company and get the Recon rifle, which I love personally. It's got a good barrel. It's a shortened barrel with a permanently attached flash hider, so it's a little bit lighter, a little bit easier to maneuver with. But just get yourself an AR-15, standard 5.56 rounds. And the reason this should be your first tool is because this is your all-around rifle. This is what you can do. You can use around your farm. You can use this to engage targets out to, well, easily 300 yards, but actually you can go out to 600 if you know what you're doing. If you've got some ballistics holds in your reticle, you can push those rounds out to 600. You just have to know how to hold it. Your accuracy is going to suffer at that range, but you could do it. And your AR-15 is going to take standard PMags, right? It's going to use all standard parts, bolts, bolt carrier group, charging handle, buttstock, all that stuff. So this is the, this is the Ford pickup of American firearms. And you need to have one because you'll be able to get parts for it and everybody knows how to use it. And you need to learn how to master this, which is everything from running it, charging the charging handle, reloading magazines, clearing jams, and stop hitting that ping pong paddle to reload the next round. Use the charging handle. James Yeager teaches that in his classes. There's a 1,000 different ways people can run these things. Personally, here's what I do. I put an ambidextrous charging handle on it. That's one of the first things I do so that I can run that charging handle with my left hand or right hand. Those ambidextrous charging handles will run you about $69, maybe $79, something like that. It's a little pricey. I also like to put a BAD lever on it. That's a BAD lever, which is made by Magpul, and it allows you to lock back the bolt carrier group using your right index finger, or at least locking it back after you've pulled the charging handle. There's a reason for that, which you'll understand once you get into more gun training, but it gives you more options for ambidextrous control over locking back the bolt carrier group. And those are the only two modifications that I typically make to rifles. If you really want to go all out, for about $129, you can get a nickel boron, basically a non-stick, super lubed bolt carrier group. There are a number of companies that make those. I recommend you wait for a Black Friday sale. I remember last year, I think I picked those up for $99 or $109 or something like that. Dirt cheap. That's why I bought 5 of them. I know you're like, why are you going to need 5 of these? Well, I don't know. I might break one, given all the weird things that I try with these, with stomping on these rifles or whatever. I might break one. Who knows? You can never have enough spare parts. But when you find things cheap like that, you should just get them, because maybe today those are 150 or more. Who knows? But you can get super lube bolt carrier groups that are going to cycle really, really well and have less chance of jamming. But the thing to understand is you got to lube these rifles. You got to run them with lubrication. An AR-15 likes to be lubed. Don't overdo it. Don't go crazy. It shouldn't be soaking wet in there. You'd just be smoking out all your hot oil. People wonder, why is your rifle smoking? I put too much axle grease in it. That's why. I've been running it hot. It's burning all the oil up. That's when you know you put too much oil in there. You don't need that much oil, but you do need some. I still remember that highway patrolman cop he came up to me at the shooting range one time. I was doing some ambidextrous rifle shooting drills, and he was asking me questions. He said, "Hey, would you look at my rifle for me?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, happy to, man." And like, "Where do you operate?" He was telling me about his highway patrol territory, what he does. And he said he's got this AR-15 in the trunk. Like, what good is it in the trunk, man? But anyway, he's highway patrol. They mostly run pistols. And he pulled out this AR-15, and it was one of those old school A4s with the carry handle, with the solid buttstock, no adjustments on it at all. It was like from 1973 or something. And we took the pins out, opened it up. There wasn't a drop of lubrication had ever touched the inside of that thing, and it had never been shot. There was no carbon buildup, and there was no lubrication, none. It was like clickety clang, metal on metal. That's not the way to run one of these rifles. It doesn't work. So he said, "Well, what should I do? What should I put in here to lubricate it?" And some people go out and they buy like super duper 2000 luber, super high tech. NASA uses it. Whatever, $39 for 2 ounces of super full auto machine gun lube. And that's all a scam, right? All you need to do is go out and buy either axle grease, high temperature axle grease, and you can go to typically an agricultural supply store like Tractor Supply, and you can buy like high temperature gear lube that's used in, let's say, tractor augers, where the oil gets really hot, or you can even buy just like mobile brand synthetic car oil and take that stuff and lube your gun. You're good to go. You're good to go. Your car engine gets hot too. And the oil that's in your car is heat resistant, by the way. And I doubt you're running a full auto gun anyway. If you're running some full auto gun, you're probably not even listening to this chapter because you already know all this stuff. So you don't have to spend a fortune on lube. I mean, look, a lot of my information here is about you spending money on things, but this is going to save you money. You don't need to go buy some super duper lube. In fact, there's a product on the market called Frog Lube, which is a great product. And it's used for cleaning guns and it's used for lubing guns. Guess what Frog Lube is? It's green coconut oil. It's coconut oil with green food coloring. That's pretty much what it is. Maybe there's some other additive in there for shelf life or something. I don't know, but it's basically coconut oil. So think about this. You can store coconut oil in jars, which is awesome for calories. And you can use coconut oil to cook with, to add to your calorie count, make your soups more delicious, make your pancakes more delicious. You can cook with it. You can put it in your pancake mix. You can put it in your biscuits. You can also put it in your rifle. And it makes your AR-15 run, and it smells like pancakes. It smells like coconut pancakes in there. Yep. You're running that AR-15, taking out zombies, and enjoying breakfast at the same time. How about that? Nobody gives you that but the Health Ranger. Trust me, nobody else gives you that. Coconut oil AR-15s. I'm serious. This is not a joke. You can enjoy superfoods while you're taking out zombies. All in one. Health Ranger special right there. Or you can just use car oil or axle grease or whatever. I just go out and buy small tubs of axle grease and I just use that. Works great. You don't have to have special lubrications. All right, getting back to the to the rifles here after our little superfood interlude. So you got your AR-15, okay? And you've learned how to master that. You know how to run that. What else do you need in terms of rifles? Well, there's probably 2 other rifles that would be good to have, at least 2. The second kind of rifle is a vehicle rifle, which is usually actually a pistol with an arm brace. And I have a specific recommendation on this one, and it's MaximDefense.com. MaximDefense.com makes a product that is insanely good. It's called the PDX. I'm looking at their website right now, and apparently they've sold them all out, which I'm not surprised that that's the case. But anyway, the PDX runs about $2,000. There might be a little waiting list for it. This is in 300 blackout or 7.62 by 39, which is the AK rounds. This is probably the perfect vehicle gun. It is an amazing feat of engineering. I would not purchase this in 5.56. I would recommend 300 blackout or 7.62 by 39. It has a rapid deploy stock. You just pull it out and the stock comes out. The overall length of this thing is so short. I think it's got a 3.5 inch or 4 inch barrel. It's so short that it goes in a backpack. You can probably put it in an oversized briefcase. It's crazy good and it's crazy small. It's really amazing. The engineering of this thing is truly fantastic. They've shortened the buttstock. They put the buffer into the end of the bolt carrier group to eliminate a lot of excess space there with the buffer spring coming off of that. You'll see once you get one and take it apart, you'll go, wow, this is amazing how they make this thing so short. This is the perfect vehicle firearm. Technically, it's a pistol, but it's got the caliber of a rifle. So I like this in 7.62 by 39 because 7.62 by 39. I mean, this is a car gun or a truck gun, so it's easy to maneuver inside a vehicle. It's not going to get caught on the seat belts and the seat headrests and everything, but 7.62 by 39 will punch through other people's car doors. So if you're defending yourself against some psycho road rage zombie who's shooting at you, you want to be able to penetrate car doors. And by the way, 9mm will typically do that, but 7.62 does it much better. 7.62 will go through the driver door, the driver, the passenger, and the passenger door, and you will have blow through to such an extent that you better make sure you know what's behind your target, which is always a good principle. You can blow through car seats, you can blow through car parts, everything but the engine block, basically, with this little gadget. It's about $2,000 worth every penny if you're out driving around during the apocalypse, which may not be a great idea. I love this gun because it packs so much power into such a small frame. It's just absolutely perfect. And again, if you get stranded on the highway and have to bug out on foot, and you can carry a backpack and you can have this gun in it and nobody sees you carrying a gun. You don't want to bug out on foot walking down the highway with a 16-inch barrel AR-15. You're going to draw some attention, but you could put this Maxim PDW into a backpack. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to tell you, my recommendation on the backpacks is very simple. Get yourself a regular-looking, non-military, non-camo backpack in your car. It should look like the kind of backpack that a computer nerd would have. You know, just kind of like some sport solid color. Maybe it's blue. Maybe it's a brown leather backpack, whatever. Just a normal-looking backpack. Don't run camo. You put this gun in a camo bag, somebody's going to see it, break into your car and steal it because they think, well, there must be some gear in here. It's camo colored. It looks tactical. You don't want anything to look tactical in your car. Just have a regular looking backpack, a geek backpack with a surprise inside. Oh, here's a 7.62 by 39 pistol. Amazing. So that's the first thing to keep in mind. Now, in addition to that car gun, in my opinion, you also need a longer range, bigger caliber rifle, which many people might say is a hunting rifle. Now, hunting rifles usually start at the .308 caliber, i.e. 7.62, and they move up from there to like 300 Win Mag often, or maybe something bigger like the .338 Lapua, which is one of the rounds that I train with for long-range shooting. At the low end of this, the .308 will give you ranges out to about 800 yards if you know your holds. The 300 Win Mag will go twice that, easily 1,500 yards. And the .338 Lapua will go 2,500 yards. Again, you got to know your holds, you got to do the wind calls, you got to understand the ballistics and all that. But the reason you want a rifle that has longer range is because your standard AR-15, it ranges out at about 600, remember? And really, the effective range where you have the most energy in the rounds is about 300 yards, or I should say 300 and under. Obviously, you have the most energy at point blank range because it's losing energy every second that it's in the air. But at 300 yards, you still have enough energy to deliver kinetic trauma to the target, which is the whole point. But at 600 yards, it's not hitting that hard. You don't have a lot of velocity left. The mass is not very big, like a 55 grain 5.56 round, not a lot of mass in it, or 62 grain, whatever you got. So with a 300 Win Mag round, you have the opportunity to put a lot more mass at a much higher velocity for a longer range. So you're able to reach out and outrange your target. You may be in a situation where bad guys are shooting at you with an AR-15 from 300 yards. And they're mostly missing because they suck, because zombies aren't very good at ballistics, it turns out. So their rounds are going way too high or way too low. You can hear them hitting all around you, but they're not putting rounds on target. Now, if you then have a 300 Win Mag, quote, hunting rifle, it might be a bolt action, or you might have the Nemo rifle that I have, which is a semi-auto 300 Win Mag, where you can put 10 rounds downrange in rapid succession. Whatever you have, you can put 300 Win Mag rounds on target easily at, if they're at 300 yards. That's just a warm-up round for the 300 Win Mag. When I'm just making sure my rifle's functioning. I've got a target at 450 yards with an 8-inch by 8-inch chest plate area of steel, a steel target. And I'll hit that at 450 yards just to make sure the rifle's functioning. And that's not even, I normally don't even factor in wind because it's moving so fast. 450 yards is it's like a picnic for that round, that 300 Win Mag. A lot of your tactics here are going to depend on outranging bad guys. And the good news here is that people who don't have experience with rifles don't know how to engage at range. They suck at it. They absolutely suck at it. And that's true among a lot of hunters too. A lot of hunters don't know their dope. They don't know the ballistics holds. And they have crappy scopes, by the way, where they don't even have the milliradians designated in the reticle. All they have is the old crosshairs with a few dots that are typically MOA dots. And they don't even know how to use them. And half the time the dots obscure their target anyway. There's a lot of bad scope reticles out there. Most of them are horrible. They're really bad. I use the Tremor reticle, Tremor 2, Tremor 3, H59, those types of reticles by, what is it called? Applied Ballistics. It's basically the company that makes those. Or I think they used to be called Horus reticles, but I thought they got bought out by somebody. Anyway, they're called Tremor. Tremor, Tremor 2, Tremor 3. You've got ranging, you've got windage, you've got so much great information in there. I just don't buy anything else, period. And the Tremor reticles make your long-range scopes quite a bit more expensive. I think you pay like an extra $800 or something on a long-range, good quality scope to have that reticle in it. But without that reticle, it's pointless. I don't know how people are expecting to hit anything at 1,000 yards using crappy reticles. But again, you can use this to your advantage. Somebody's sitting way out there. You've spotted them because you have maybe a better optics, maybe night vision, and they're pestering you with inaccurate rifle fire. And their ability to put rounds on you is plus or minus 50 feet of accuracy. Well, you can put rounds on them plus or minus 5 inches. That's why you should have a hunting rifle or something of that kind. At the very basics, you could get a Remington 700, which fires a 308 round. You could get a LaRue Tactical 308 DMR type rifle. You could get a SIG DMR. You could find all kinds of rifles that are in that caliber. It's just that the 308 round, the normal one, 7.62 by 51, is not really very effective long range. So that's why I really recommend something if you can handle the kick in 300 Win Mag or better, or bigger. 300 Win Mag, I think it's a fantastic round. It's really just, I don't know. It gets me just super geeked out to look at the ballistics curve of a 300 Win Mag, especially a smaller mass bullet in that caliber. And I'll tell you this, one of the best ways to use this is to buy a 168 grain 300 Win Mag bullet. And you might say, well, why? Why would you use such a small mass when you could get 190 grain bullet? Well, the reason is, of course, the smaller bullet mass flies at a much higher velocity with a much flatter trajectory because you've got much more powder behind it compared to using that bullet in a 7.62 by 51 cartridge. In other words, the bullet might be the same bullet that you would use in a 308 rifle, except in a 300 Win Mag rifle, the bullet has a lot more powder behind it, which of course is the accelerant. So with more powder, you're going to get more velocity. With more velocity, you have less flight time, which means less drop and less windage effects. So you're able to really punch at a very long range with a 168 grain 300 Win Mag cartridge, which is made by a number of different companies. And now some of you might say, well, what about 6.5 Creedmoor? You can get something like a 135 grain bullet in a 6.5 Creedmoor round, and those are flat shooting too, and those don't have a lot of windage. Yeah, that's great for target practice and competition, or if you think you're only shooting at zombies but not having to deal with cover or vehicles or anything else. The 6.5 Creedmoor is a very small bullet. It's very small compared to, the 300 Win Mag bullet typically. And the 6.5 Creedmoor, therefore, is not useful against any kind of hardened target or vehicles, which is why I like the 300 Win Mag, because your zombies might be driving a pickup truck for all you know, and you need to be able to penetrate that vehicle and get to the zombies. Whatever your scenario is. Maybe you've got zombies on ATVs or something, and you need to punch out ATV engines. Well, 300 Win Mag is going to do a much better job than a 6.5 Creedmoor. And also, 300 Win Mag rounds are very common in hunting areas, and you're not going to raise any suspicion buying, hunting rounds during hunting season in a hunting-friendly state or county. And that's why I like the 168 grain 300 Win Mag. It's a very good choice. Now, finally, if you're really into hardware, and this is not a necessity, this is just optional, but for those of you who really want to carry out maximum damage on vehicles and other elements that are assaulting your friendly country ranch, you can buy a Barrett 50 caliber that fires 660 grain rounds with not that great of accuracy, maybe 2 MOA accuracy or something like that. I don't know. It's not great. These are not really for pinpoint shooting. This is for taking out vehicles and things like that. And I've got one of these 50 cal Barretts, and I rarely shoot it because it's just, the damn thing is scary. I mean, I'm around firearms all the time, and I'm perfectly used to firing off 338 Lapua rounds and things like that. This 50 cal freaks me out. It's like just shooting it is like getting hit with a concussion grenade in your face. You have this thing on the ground and you're lying down in the prone position and firing it, and it's like a grenade has gone off on the ground in front of you. And it kicks up so much dirt and dust that if you're trying to use it in any kind of a covert manner, basically you're just sending up a giant dust cloud unless you have covered the ground in front of the rifle to avoid the dust kick-up. I mean, the thing is, it's insanely powerful. I mean, it's sending a 660 grain, massive, half-inch diameter bullet. That's what 50 cal means, is 0.5 inches diameter. It's sending that thing downrange at, crazy velocities. It's a lot of energy. The accuracy sucks. The gun is freaking heavy, and it's just scary to shoot. I don't like it. So I have it in case, I need to give it to a sheriff's deputy who's younger and bigger than me. He can handle it. Get some young, 25-year-old, 250-pound guy. He can run that thing. I'm not interested. I don't need my brain, traumatized with the shockwaves, frankly. That's no thank you. But if you need to take out vehicles, there's your choice. And the ammo is surprisingly not as expensive as you would think. I think I was able to pick up rounds for $4 or $5 a piece not long ago. Even when ammo gets very expensive for the lower calibers like 5.56, ammo tends to not go up as much for the higher calibers. So that's one reason why it's good to have something like a 338 Lapua hunting rifle or a 300 Win Mag rifle, because you can usually get that ammo with less inflation as prices tend to go up on other calibers. So to summarize, the 3 rifles I think you really do need. You need an AR-15. You need a gun for your vehicle, such as that Maxim PDW, or PDX it's called. And you also need then a longer range hunting type of rifle, shooting something heavier like a 300 Win Mag. Those are the 3 that you really need. And if you were going to buy a 4th, I would just have a backup AR that you could use with night vision. So really you want an AR that's set up for night vision using a riser and something like an EOTech red dot sight set up so that you can put your night vision on the gun, get a cheek weld and look through the optics. And then you want a daytime AR, which is a little bit different setup. So ideally you have 2 ARs, you have a truck gun or car gun, and then you have a hunting rifle. And that's a pretty good setup. So now I think in all you have 7 guns, right? You've got 4 pistols and 3, maybe 4 rifles. So let's just call it 8. You've got 8 guns, which covers the very basics. Now that you have 8 guns, you can consider yourself to be an honorary Texan. You can move to Kentucky, Texas, Utah, Florida, Arizona. You can come to a southern state as long as you bring at least 8 guns with you. But if you really want to become a local in Texas, you really have to add to your gun collection from there. 8 is never enough. There's always some new gun with a new feature or a new caliber that you got to have, right? So you'll end up with 12 guns and then 16 and so on. And then you can really consider yourself a Texan. But, all kidding aside, these 8 basic guns will cover you in real survival scenarios that I've already discussed here. I would not want to own anything less than the 8 guns that I mentioned, 4 pistols and 4 rifles. On top of that, not a bad idea to have some shotguns around. Different types of shotguns for different scenarios, home defense, vehicle defense, things like that. We'll talk about that later. But for me, shotguns are the lower priority because I like to put rounds on target with precision. So I'm more interested in AR platforms and pistols that run well, not so much shotguns. Nothing wrong with shotguns except they're slow to reload and you run out of ammo too fast. 5 or 6 rounds into it, your shotgun's empty. And if you ever try to reload a shotgun while you're being shot at, it's impossible. I mean, they're hard to reload even in normal times. Reloading shotguns is horrible, unless you've got one of those new ones with a magazine on it, but then it's an unwieldy thing. I don't know, there's something wrong about shotguns with big magazines. It just doesn't look right. I don't know. I'll have to think about that some more. It doesn't seem right. If it's got a magazine, it should be a rifle, as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, start with these 8. Get the 8 nailed down if you can. You're going to be several $1,000s into this. Don't buy all 8 at once. Your gun shop will call the ATF. They will think that you're running your own Fast and Furious operation by selling guns to the Mexican narcos. So don't buy all 8 at once. Don't be an idiot. Just buy 1 gun at a time. And don't do anything illegal, by the way. I always say follow the law. Make sure you're legal when you're purchasing the guns. Make sure you're allowed to own them. Practice gun safety. Lock them up if you've got children in the house. All those kinds of things. And don't buy guns for other people. That's illegal. And it's also immoral. You don't know what they're going to do with them. So just buy guns for yourself, but cover the guns you need, which is 8. Hope that makes sense. For this section, we're going to talk about chest rigs and ammunition and arm braces. This is all important stuff, and also red dot sights as well. Give you specific gear recommendations here. So let's start with chest rigs. That's fairly easy to get out of the way. Mayflower is a company that makes really rugged chest rigs, different models. Basically, they strap around your chest. You should wear them kind of high on your chest. They're not belts. They should ride much higher, and they put magazines and other gear basically right above your sternum, right in front of your sternum with your pecs, your chest, so you can reach your magazines and reach all your other gear. And this is a great way to carry extra magazines. This is not a bulletproof vest. It's not a ballistic vest, although you can get chest rigs with ballistic plates in them, but they're bigger and hotter and heavier. So for the most part, I'm talking about just chest rigs to carry equipment. What kind of equipment? Radios and gun magazines, flashlights, first aid kits, things like that. Now, Mayflower is a great brand. There are quite a few other good brands out there as well. Many of these are very hard to get right now for all the obvious reasons. You can get lower quality chest rigs for something in the $50 to $100 range on Amazon.com. And these are typically used for airsoft. So if you just search for airsoft chest rig on Amazon, you'll get a number of these that are, lower cost and lower quality. I wouldn't trust my life to those, but They might get you by in a pinch, especially if you can't find other higher quality chest rigs that are made by more reputable companies out there like Mayflower. Whatever you do, definitely work it out so that you are wearing the rig in the correct way. I've covered this a little bit earlier in the report of where to put, the radio should go typically on your offhand side, which is usually the left side for most people. And your magazine should be more placed in the center so that you can get to those magazines with either hand if you have to. And also, don't go crazy with too much stuff. A lot of people like to go crazy, way too much stuff. And I remember one of my Navy SEAL buddies telling me that they would go maximum 2 layers on that, have magazines and then maybe another set of magazine holders stacked on top of those magazines, but that's it. And he told me they don't even like to do that because it makes it hard to climb over things. If you're climbing over barriers or fences, this chest rig is in the way. And he also told me it makes it hard to lie down prone. So if you're advancing on a target, or you are, trying to make yourself small because you're being attacked, you might hit the ground. You might go down to the prone position. Well, if you got a bunch of crap on your chest, you can't really lay down as low because you've got 6 inches of gear sticking out on your chest. It makes it harder to shoot from that position as well. So keep all this in mind. More stuff is not always better. You want to have just the right amount of stuff, but not too much stuff. So there's nothing wrong with micro chest rigs. And there's a company out there called G-Code, G-Code, that's C-O-D-E, just like it sounds. And I think they're at tacticalholsters.com. Yeah, I'm bringing that up. They make a micro rig that I have that I really like. The problem is they have long wait times right now. I think a couple of months of wait time. So if you don't have one from them right now, it might be hard to get one. But I really like their gear. In fact, when it comes to holsters, G-Code is really the best. I like the G-Code battle belts as well. I should talk about those. You could wear a battle belt instead of a chest rig. So basically it's a big, heavy belt, usually like 2 inches wide, very stiff. Sometimes they're 1.75 inches. It's a very stiff belt. And then you can put AR-15 magazine holders as well as pistol magazine holders on that belt, along with other types of gear holders. And they have, at G-Code, in fact, they have what's called a Scorpion series of magazine carriers and belts and so on. They've got different kinds of gear. Let me see if I can bring this up. Yeah, here we go. Tacticalholsters.com. They have a Scorpion low vis belt, and they have what's called an assaulter's system belt. These have multiple magazines for rifle mags and pistol mags, and they run under $300 for the belt and the mag holders, the connections. Also, it's got a connection for a holster for your pistol as well. So if you don't want to run a chest rig, you can wear one of these battle belts, and that's also a good way to go. It's just that the chest rig can hold a lot more gear. And some people wear both. People who really want to gear up, they will wear both, and there's nothing wrong with that if you are actively being attacked or threatened and you think you're going to need more magazines. So consider the battle belt and consider the chest rig. And both of those are good choices. Now, radios don't work that well on battle belts because you have a long cord that usually gets tangled up and broken. So radios are much better on your chest rig because you can keep the cords of the radio closer to your push to talk and closer to your headset, Peltor, as I recommended. So for that reason alone, consider a chest rig. I have seen people wearing more magazines on a battle belt and other gear on the chest rig, and that seems to work for them as well. So just sort of work out what's best for you. Okay, moving on to arm braces and folding stocks. This is something that no one taught me this. I had to figure this out for myself. So I will pass this along to you as some shared wisdom. And here it is. There are lots of different types of gun stocks and arm braces. There are kinds that fold. There are kinds that you push a button to pull it out and extend it. And there are kinds that don't extend at all. And I've seen a lot of, for example, the SIG MCX rifles and MPX pistols with folding stocks. And I'm here to tell you, I don't like folding stocks, and you shouldn't either. And here's why. Even though a folding stock allows a rifle or a pistol to be shorter overall, it's hard to get it out of a bag. Let's say you have it in a bag or a briefcase or something. It's hard to pull it out of that bag and then unfold the stock and then fire it. It's much faster to have what's called a rapid deploy stock or a rapid deploy arm brace that simply pulls out without having to press any buttons at all. And you don't need lateral space in order to pull it out. You just grab it and yank it back, and that stock extends. And I have tried every stock system on the market. And of course, all the standard Magpul stocks are, pretty common, but you have to press, you have to clamp down on that stock piece in order to move those stocks, right? Well, the best stock in the business is made by Maxim, who I mentioned before, that makes that I think it's a PDX firearm. That is a PDW, a personal defense weapon. And it is the best gun firearm or car firearm. And it has a rapid deploy stock. So the stock, you just grab it, yank on it, boom. Or actually it's an arm brace. You just yank on it and it pulls out. You don't have to press any buttons unless you want to push it back in. Then you press a button to push it back in when you're done doing whatever shooting you were going to do. But there's a trick to this. You can go on to the Maxim website, which I think is maximdefense.com. Yeah, that's it. You can go on there and you can purchase different braces that work this way. And when you do this, for example, they have a PDW brace. Let's just start there. A PDW brace, or they have a CQB brace or whatever. You purchase these braces or stocks, depending on whether you're running, a pistol or an SBR. And if you install them, you will notice that they don't pull back. That for some reason, I don't know why this is, but when they come from the factory, you can't really yank them back. They don't have the rapid deploy functionality that they promise to have. And so what you have to do is you have to make a little modification with a Dremel tool. And in this special report, I'm going to take you through the photographs of how to do that. And it's very simple. You disassemble it, and then you Dremel a slight 45-degree angle, only about 1 to 2 millimeters wide, on two edges of two different parts. Well, I should say really one edge of each of the two parts. And then you reassemble it, and now it's a rapid deploy arm brace or stock. And I figured this out myself because I purchased their PDW gun, and that has rapid deploy. But when I purchased their braces and stocks, they didn't have rapid deploy. So I disassembled them both side by side, took all the parts out and looked at them. And I couldn't tell any difference whatsoever until I looked at them under a very strong magnifier. And then I could see a very tiny 45-degree angle on these two edges of these pieces of metal. And so I just took a Dremel tool, did a little grinding on my own pieces, reassembled them, and boom, they work exactly the same way now. So you can buy these stocks and you can make them work with rapid deploy. But here's something that's even better to know about this. Maxim Defense did a deal with SB Tactical. And SB Tactical is a maker of stabilizing pistol braces. And then SB Tactical put together their own branded version of this arm brace that is called the SB PDW. That's SB as in boy, P as in Papa, D as in dog, W. And that means the SB personal defense weapon, stabilizing brace. These, I've seen them recently at Midway USA for as little as $239. Whereas the Maxim company at maximdefense.com, there they are $330 or more. But you can go on to midwayusa.com and you can buy these for 200 something. And then when you get them, you just go through the little Dremel process that I just described, and you can then grind off the edges. It only takes 60 seconds, really. It's very fast. And then you reassemble them, and you've got a perfectly functioning rapid deploy pistol brace. This is the pistol brace that I prefer over everything else, period. Again, I've tried every brace on the market. It seems so. Maybe there's one I haven't tried, but I think I've tried everything that's out there. Nothing is as good as this Maxim design, except that Maxim doesn't ship it in a way that does the rapid deployment, which is why you have to use the Dremel tool. Again, I don't know why they do this. I don't know why they don't ship them this way. But once you modify these, which may void the warranty, by the way, so do so at your own risk. But I don't care. I don't need a warranty. I need a rapid deploy. So I use the Dremel tool, and now these work great. And what it means is you can put this in a bag, and you can grab it by the arm brace, yank that brace out, and yank the pistol out. And you don't have to fold anything. You don't need any lateral space. Or, by the way, you can fire this even with the arm brace not deployed. So you know how some of the AR-15 folding adapters, like I think the Law tactical adapter, you can't fire the gun when it's folded. If you try to fire the gun, bad things happen. You don't have the buffer tube attached. So you have to make sure you fold it together before you can fire. Well, that could be the 2 or 3 seconds that gets you killed. So I don't use folding stocks and folding arm braces at all. In fact, I don't use anything that you have to press a button to deploy. I want rapid deployment. And that's why I recommend the SB PDW from SB Tactical, which is the same as the PDW arm brace or buttstock from MaximDefense.com. I hope that makes sense. Not trying to make it too difficult, but I needed to explain all of that. One more thought on all this, by the way. SIG MCX rifles, which are very good rifles, they can be fired in the folded position. I know because I've done that a lot. They're a little bit heavier than a standard AR, but they're very reliable. And I think SIG makes an outstanding rifle. There's no question about it. SIG makes great pistols and great rifles and everything. SIG Sauer is by far my favorite firearms company. Very reliable gear, just a little bit heavier. So if you're in the market and you can pay $2,000 or $2,500 for a very good rifle, get yourself a SIG Virtus, VIRTUS MCX rifle. You won't be disappointed. It is a fantastic rifle, and it's designed to go 20,000 rounds plus without needing any major maintenance. Of course, you should clean it and lube it from time to time, although some people think they can just run these things forever without any maintenance at all, and that's not a great idea. All right, we're going to talk about ammo now and why you need expanding tip ammo for firefights and self-defense. Now, most ammo, of course, is just normal full metal jacket ammo. It's sometimes called round nose or ball ammo. It's just got a rounded tip, usually a copper-coated lead bullet, or copper jacketed, as it's called. These bullets, which can be found in 5.56 ammo and 308 ammo and everything, these bullets don't do a lot of damage. If you are stockpiling ammo for self-defense and you're buying this full metal jacket ammo, it's the wrong ammo. That ammo is for practice. You buy full metal jacket ammo for practice rounds because it's cheap. And if you're practicing, you're just punching holes in paper or hitting steel plates or what have you. So that's what that's for. Actual battle ammo should be expanding tip ammo. Now, you may wonder, well, wait a second. I got some surplus ammo from the military, and it wasn't expanding tip. It was full metal jacket. Well, that's because of the Geneva Convention. I think it was a Geneva Convention that says you can't use expanding like hollow point or expanding tip ammo in wars. You're trying to kill people in wars, but apparently they don't want you to kill them too much. So there's no expanding tip ammo used by the U.S. military that we know of, because it's illegal under international law. The reason it's illegal is because it kills people very effectively. And the logic of the Geneva Convention was that you shouldn't be trying to kill the enemy. You should only be trying to wound them and remove them from combat. And the full metal jacket rounds wound them enough to disable them, taking them out of the fight. It would be cruel to actually be shooting them to try to kill them, according to this logic. Well, guess what? When your farmhouse is being raided by zombies in a civil war or a collapse scenario, you are not subject to the Geneva Convention. And you should not abide by their limitations on ammo. You should find the most deadly ammo that you can. Why? Well, because zombies don't like to go down unless you shoot them with good ammo. You're going to have to punch big holes in them, basically. You've seen the zombie movies. They'll take standard Full Metal Jacket rounds and just keep on lumbering toward you. You got to hit them with hollow point ammo. So you should be stockpiling a portion of your ammo as hollow points when it comes to pistol ammo, such as, 9mm hollow point ammo, self-defense ammo, expanding tip ammo, whatever you want to call it. But more importantly, on the rifle side, you need expanding tip ammo. And this is where most people don't have it. People just buy 5.56 ammo that is Full Metal Jacket or green tip ammo, which is not very good. Still not really expanding tip, not in the way that it could be. And so they don't have the right ammo for their rifles, not for combat. One of the brands that makes expanding tip ammo is called Underwood ammo. Underwood. And Underwood ammo makes rounds that they call 223 or 223 Remington, which you can shoot in your AR-15, even though your AR-15 is a 5.56 capable rig. You can shoot 223 ammo in it. And Underwood ammo makes these 223 rounds that use the expanding Lehigh bullets. So these bullets are machined. They're digitally machined on a small lathe, and they are made to rapidly expand upon impact at certain velocities. Now, they will only expand if they hit your target at a higher velocity. So if you're shooting these bullets a very long range, like 500 or 600 yards, you'll lose so much energy over that flight time that they will not expand when they hit the target. But if you're shooting targets at 250 yards or less, then they will do a very good job of expanding. And so that's why I recommend people get these bullets. They're called, well, the cartridges, they're called controlled chaos. Controlled chaos. And that's just one type of round that is designed to cause massive trauma, which is the whole point. Why are you shooting people if you don't intend to stop them through the use of really applied violence or applied force? You shouldn't be shooting at them unless you do intend to cause trauma, right? That's the whole point. Now, when it comes to larger calibers, such as the 308, 300 Windbag, and so on, all you have to do is look for hunting ammo, hunting rounds, because hunting rounds are automatically designed to cause maximum trauma in the animal, which in the hunting world, and I'm not a hunter, I've said that before, this is not my thing. I don't think it's very sporting to run around shooting other living creatures. That's just my personal philosophy. It's okay if you do. That's just not me. But it's considered more humane to kill that animal more quickly with a more traumatizing bullet. So hunting rounds are designed to really make big traumatic wounds in the animal. So if you buy any kind of a hunting round, it's going to be an expanding kind of round, which again is a good thing from the point of view of having compassion in a sense. You don't want to just wound an animal and make it suffer. You want to kill it quickly. Basically, that's the philosophy of hunting. And there are a lot of manufacturers that can make and do make good hunting rounds. There are companies like Barnes, companies like Berger, Berger. Let's see, who else? I mean, there's all kinds of ammo companies out there that make rounds for hunting, including in 300 Blackout, by the way, which is a great caliber. I think that one of your rifles, if you've got multiple rifles, should be a 300 Blackout rifle because of the versatility of that round. You can get long-range rounds in 300 Blackout that are smaller mass. You can get much larger mass bullets, 220 grain subsonic rounds. You can get expanding tip rounds in 300 Blackout, probably tracer rounds too. I don't know. You get all kinds of things in 300 Blackout. Just make sure that when you're looking at self-defense ammo, it needs to be essentially hunting ammo, or sometimes some companies like Barnes or Burger, sometimes they will sell these under the designation of tactical bullets, because everything sounds cooler when it has the word tactical in front of it. Oh, here, have a tactical grilled cheese sandwich. Yeah, we fed these to the SWAT team. Yeah, they're like ultrasonic, supersonic grilled cheese. They're tactical. So they put tactical in front of everything. All it really means is expanding tip, usually. But you can look for tactical ammunition, and you can look for expanding tip or self-defense ammo in pistols, or hunting ammo when it comes to rifles. So the bottom line is, it is perfectly fine to stockpile a certain amount of full metal jacket ammo, because you will need to do some target practice, probably. You'll need to train up. You'll have plenty of time too, because the whole power grid will be down. So there's nothing to watch on TV. Your Facebook page doesn't work. So hey, just pull out the ammo and start practicing. But when it comes to loading up your magazines, you're going to need something that is more forceful. Now, there's a tip that I use on this. I have magazines. I buy electrical tape in the colors red and black, which I know are Antifa colors, but I don't use them as Antifa. What I do is a magazine where I have expanding tips, or self-defense tips, or hunting tips, hunting bullets. I loop that magazine with red tape. Red to me means that these are the self-defense rounds or hunting rounds, okay? And then, so I'll have a black PMag magazine loaded with 5.56 rounds, 28 of them, not 29, not 30, just 28. And I'll have red tape around it to indicate that these are expanding tip controlled chaos rounds. So that way, if I'm attacked by crazy zombies, I know to grab the black magazine with the red tape and stick it in an AR-15 and go to town. For 300 blackout rounds, I will use beige magazines, and I'll wrap them in black electrical tape. And to me, the black tape means 300 blackout, because you may recall that 300 blackout rounds, they use the same magazines as 5.56 rounds. So you don't want to confuse these two, or you will break your gun and you won't be able to shoot bad guys either. So I use brown or beige magazines with black tape to indicate 300 blackout. And now if those 300 blackout rounds also are expanding tip rounds or hunting rounds, then it would be a beige magazine with black tape and red tape. That's my color coding system, which we all learned in, Die Hard 3, right? Where they had the fake ammo magazines, which was blue, and then they had the real ammo magazines indicated as red. So that's how they worked it. Now, there's one more thing that I do as well. I also buy yellow electrical tape. Yellow electrical tape is, in my mind, it means subsonic. So if I've got subsonic rounds loaded into a magazine, it's got yellow tape on it. And so you can see how this all works together. If it's expanding tip subsonic ammunition, that's 5.56, then it's a black magazine with yellow tape and red tape. So I can immediately know what's in the magazines. I can make sure I'm loading the correct magazines into the correct guns and so on. This is especially important if you own both 5.56 and 300 blackout rifles, because of course the rifles look the same, the magazines look the same, the bullets have the exact same diameter. Well, not the bullets, I should say the brass has the exact same diameter. The bolt carrier group is the same. The bolt extractor is the same. It's just that the bullet itself, the actual bullet part, is a different diameter. 5.56 millimeters versus 0.3 inches, it turns out. And I know you might be asking, why do the gun manufacturers sometimes use millimeters and sometimes use inches? Why are they? This is so damn confusing. You'll see, they're using 6.5 Creedmoor as one kind of cartridge. Well, 6.5 means 6.5 millimeters. But then you'll have 300 Win Mag. What's the 300 Win Mag mean? It means 0.3 inches. And sometimes you're saying, well, why don't they just adopt a standard? Well, the answer is that standard would be a metric standard, and Americans hate the metric system for some reason. Personally, I like the metric system because I'm a lab scientist. We use the metric system all the time. I prefer millimeters and milliliters and, micrograms when we're talking about mass. That's what I prefer. And it took me a while to figure out that, oh, these US cartridge sizes are based on inches. That's why a 50 caliber, you know what the 50 means? 0.5 inches. That's all it means. 45 caliber, 0.45 inches diameter. That's what it means. So 9 millimeter means 9 millimeter, which is great. I mean, there's a bullet that is what it means. It's not a mystery. How big is it? Oh, it's 9 millimeters in diameter. That's why you can find 10 millimeter rounds as well. And guess what? They're 10 millimeters in diameter. What a great idea. I wish we could standardize all this, but you have to learn about this when someone's talking about a 308 round. That's supposed to mean 0.308 inches in diameter. It doesn't, but it turns out it doesn't actually mean that because it's actually using bullets that are only 0.3 inches in diameter, but whatever. The metric equivalent of that is 7.62 by 51, 7.62 millimeters. And that's what it actually is. Makes sense. So I know this can be kind of difficult to navigate, which is why I'm going through all this with you here. I want you to have the right ammo. When it counts, you do not want to be throwing full metal jacket ammo toward the zombies. You want to have expanding hunting tip rounds, ammo that's going to do real damage, because that's the whole point. You're only shooting if it's a life and death situation anyway. So you want to take down that enemy as quickly as possible. Let me give you some places where you can buy some gun parts, and then we'll move on to red dot sites. But I'll tell you where I like to shop, and that's palmettostatearmory.com, also known as PSA. PSA sells full firearms, as well as firearm kits, uppers, lowers, parts, arm braces, They even sell ammo. In fact, I was on PSA just before I recorded this. I'm always checking their daily specials, And right now they have a bunch of really crappy daily specials, except for this one thing that popped up, and it was a can of 100 rounds of a 50 caliber ammo, 4 rounds of full metal jacket with 1 round of tracer ammo on a belt. And the whole can, 100 rounds, was only $279. So I bought it because, my goodness, that's only $2.79 per round for 50 caliber ammo. And if you were to go out and try to buy tracer rounds, those would cost, normally like $7 or $8 or $9 a round. So I picked up 100 rounds for under $300. I went ahead and bought that. It's always good to check PSA for specials like that. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, but you know what tracer rounds are good for? A former operator taught me this. They're good for setting fires. Now, why would you want to set fires? Again, I don't promote doing this, aggressively, but let's say you're in a war. Let's say your country's occupied by, I don't know, Chinese troops, and the Chinese troops are taking over America or something, right? But you have a 50 caliber Barrett, and you found out where the Chinese are staying in a house somewhere they've taken over as their base. What's the best way to get the communist Chinese troops to exit the house so that you can shoot them? Set the house on fire, it turns out, is the easiest way to do that. And you don't want to walk up there with your lighter and some gasoline, your attempt at arson. You don't want to try to do that because they will see you and shoot you. So how do you light up a house and set it on fire from a distance? Oh, tracer ammo, especially 50 cal tracer ammo. That's very good. You can hit a house from 2,000 yards away or farther, actually. More than that. You could hit a house from 2,500 yards away. So wouldn't you rather set it on fire from 2,500 yards away than right next to it if it's filled with, communist Chinese invading military troops? Right. So these are some of the scenarios that real Americans think about. It's always good to have tracer rounds because you never know when you need to set a house full of enemy troops on fire, right? There's some things to consider. Okay, now, Palmetto State Armory I covered. Make sure you also visit brownells.com. That's BROWNELLS. And they sell lots of gun parts and cleaning supplies, lots of things, and even ammunition, of course, and even full firearms. They have a BRN-180, which is a very interesting AR-like upper to check out. I don't have time to talk about that, but it's very interesting stuff. Be sure to check out Brownells, especially on Black Friday. They have a lot of good sales then, as does MidwayUSA.com. Also, if you're looking for AR-15 style uppers, including in 300 blackout, check out cbcindustries.com. That's cbcindustries.com. I've purchased their uppers. They're very good. I've purchased barrels. They're very good. There's another company out there called BOTAC.tactical.com. It's BOTACH, tactical.com. And they are currently selling 10 by 12 plate ballistic vest, basically a bulletproof vest, a level 3A vest that stops handgun rounds for the most part, 9mm and so on. That vest is being sold as of this moment for $99. So if you thought you couldn't afford a bulletproof vest, now you can. Just go to botactactical.com, look for the ballistic vest for $99. I know, amazing. These used to cost $1,000 10 years ago. Now they're $99. That's crazy. Sportsmansguide.com also is a well-recognized source for ammo cans and ammunition and sometimes gun parts and things like that. So don't miss all of those sources. There are a lot of others. If you're looking for ammunition, by the way, there's an aggregate site called ammoseek.com, AMMOSEEK.com. And you can select your caliber, what you're looking for, and it will give you the best price from a multitude of retailers that have been spidered and scanned in the last 24 hours or so. So that's a good source. And there you'll find lots of companies like cheaperthandirt.com, a bunch of companies that sell various supplies. And by the way, I've still got ammo that I bought from Cheaper Than Dirt back in the 1990s. And it's still good, perfectly good. Ammo stores longer than a human lifetime if you keep it cool and dry. Really, ammo stores, ammo you buy today, you can trade 50 years later. So it's almost one of the best investments you can make. And, we joke around in the preparedness community, you should buy gold or silver or lead. And lead means ammo because all three metals hold their value basically forever. And you know what they all have in common? Like I said earlier, they're all part of the table of elements. And they're real. They're real physical things. So if you end up in a collapse scenario, make sure you've got elements, i.e. gold and silver and lead, and copper, which is another element, which is usually the plating on the lead bullets. All right, let's talk about red dot sights. Red dot sights, very popular these days. I run red dot sights on all of my rifles. I'm not going to go into crazy detail on this, just give you the bottom line conclusions, save you lots of time. Here are the things that matter on red dot sights, in my opinion. Number one, make sure they're green, not red. Okay, so I hate red in red dot sights. You know why? There's a lot of crap outside that kind of masks red color. The red doesn't show up that well on brown grass, for example. You can lose a red dot depending on what you're trying to shoot at. Now, a green dot, for some reason, it just really resonates with the eye better. So even though I've got plenty of red dot sights, everything I've bought in the last couple of years has been green. And the second point is, don't get a dot when you can get a whole reticle. I don't like just a dot. I like a bullseye reticle, or like a triangle reticle, or something more than just a dot. My favorite actually is the bullseye reticle from Holosun. And Holosun, Holosun, is actually my preferred red dot sight, green dot sight provider these days. Even though I think all their stuff's made in China, but the quality is very good. And I think it must be run by a U.S. partnership or something, because the quality is good and the designs are very good. It's just, it has been a very reliable company. And they've done some very innovative things with hybrid solar power and battery power together. So Holosun is good. So let's see, I've covered, get a whole reticle in there, not just a dot. Have more than a dot. And by the way, you can use that reticle for certain ballistics trajectories. So you depending on the diameter, like a 65 MOA circle is pretty common on some of these. Well, 65 MOA, you can actually do a ballistics calculation, and you can determine that if you hold your rifle at the bottom position, i.e. the 6 o'clock position of that 65 MOA circle, then you will know that that will be a hit at a certain yardage, such as 400 yards or 500 yards, just depending on what you're shooting and what your muzzle velocity is and so on. But you can use it as kind of a reticle, kind of a ballistics reticle for medium range shooting, which is why it's better than a dot. Now, the last thing about the red dot sights is you want one that has what Holosun calls, quote, shake awake technology. Now, shake awake technology means that the red dot is off until you grab your gun and, shake it or move it around, and then the red dot comes on. The number one complaint that I've had personally in dealing with lots of different red dot sights is trying to remember how the heck do you turn this one on? The EOTech has 2 buttons, and then the SIGs have a knob, and some have the buttons on the side, some have the buttons on the back. You don't want to be in a firefight. You're startled awake at night, let's say, and you're like, oh my God, I can't see anything. Where the heck are the buttons? Which button, which knob do I turn? No, you want to just be able to grab your rifle, bring it up, and boom, your reticle is functioning. You've got the green dot sight, and you didn't have to fumble around with some kind of knobs. So that's Holosun. In fact, let me tell you what model I currently recommend. Well, I'm holding the package here, and gosh, they make these product names a little confusing. This is the HE515GM-GR. The -GR just means green, so look for that. Make sure you get one that has a reticle, not just a dot. And yeah, as I'm looking at this, it's got a 2 MOA dot and a 65 MOA circle, just what I was talking about. It's got 2 night vision brightness settings, so you can use this with night vision. It's got a 25,000 hour battery life. If you're using just the dot, it's got a 20,000 hour battery life if you're using the circle dot. And it's got a quick detach mount and all that stuff. So this is good. It's got the shake awake technology. So you just leave it on and then you just grab it and the reticle comes on automatically. This is currently my recommended so-called red dot sight. In addition to red dot sights, you always need to make sure that your rifle has iron sights, which could be polymer. By the way, you could use the Magpul sights. You can usually get a set of front and rear Magpul sights that are polymer. The flip down, spring loaded sets. Often Palmetto State Armory will have those on sale for $49 for the set. At normal prices, they're $100 for the set, but I've seen them on sale for $49 for the entire set. So when you see them at that price, pick up a few. And it's good to have these sighted in so that when your red dot fails one day or your enemy shoots it, or I don't know, a zombie reaches over and rips it off your rifle and eats it, then you still have your iron sights. Although if you're that close to the zombie, you've made a tactical error of some kind. You let a zombie sneak up on you from behind. Don't forget to watch your 6, folks. For zombie sneak attack. That's how they get you. Yep. They dazzle you with the zombie mob in front while they send a zombie scout around behind you to steal your red dot sight, so you can't hit anything. That's the zombie battle plan right there. Okay, in addition to Holosun, Sig Sauer makes some really good sights. I think they're called Romeo sights. And there's a number of different sights from different companies as well. I would stay away from the super cheap sights, such as the Amazon $29 red dot sights. Those are for airsoft and toys and things like that. But you also don't need to go crazy. You don't need to spend, I've got a couple of ACOGs, for example, which is a Trigicon, 4 times magnification fixed sight that goes on an AR-15 or an ACR rifle. I've got it currently mounted on an ACR, actually. And these things can run you $1,000 or $1,500. And yeah, they're really, really rugged. But I think that's not necessary for most people. You can you can be just as effective with a red dot sight and some iron sights. Now, the nice thing about an ACOG with a 4 times magnification, and what a lot of people don't realize about soldiers, is they're using their rifles more for observation than they are for shooting people. So the 4 times ACOG magnifier is actually relied upon by soldiers as a monocular for observation. They're looking through it. They're observing the enemy. They're trying to find out the enemy's movements and so on. Assess the enemy's hardware, what's their force, their battle readiness, things like that. So for a soldier, an ACOG really makes a lot of sense. But you as a civilian with your handy dandy chest rig, you should probably have a little magnifier in your chest rig too. So you could just hold that up and you could observe the zombie encampment 500 yards away or whatever it is. Do zombies camp? They're like zombie camping trips? I don't know. But you can observe them, and you don't necessarily need a magnified optic on your AR-15. Now, I am going to talk about low power variable optics, and there are many good ones where you can you put it on your rifle and you can change the magnification from 1x to, let's say, 8x or 6x. And I've got a Trigicon 1-6, by the way, which, as I recall, that was a very expensive piece of hardware. It was like $1,600 or something. And I've also got some other very, very high-end expensive optics that I really like, such as the Elcan Spectre DR weapon sight. I think it's owned by Raytheon that makes these. Elcan, E-L-C-A-N. I've got a 1-4 and I've got a 1-6. I like these a lot, but they're just too much money. You can get them on eurooptic.com sometimes for on sale for about $1,600 or so, but normally they're $2,500 or more. It's a lot of money to spend on an optic. The thing about these, they're built like a tank. They're crazy bulletproof, a little on the heavy side, but crazy rugged. I mean, extremely rugged. I like the ballistics that they have built in. So they do have ballistics for 5.56 rounds and a little bit of a ranging capability where you can range the size of an average human being. And with that ranging, you can just line up the ballistics and get some accurate shots off. They've got them also in 7.62. So they're very good, but they're just very, very expensive. The thing that I like about the Elcans is you can flip them from 1x to 4x. See, I always think that any kind of a variable optic should always have a 1x option. And in fact, this is one of my complaints about people who put really high-powered optics on an AR-15. They'll put like a 3x to 9x or something on an AR-15, which I think is just stupid. That's an AR-15 is not a long-range rifle. You're not shooting 900 yards. What do you even need 9x for on that rifle? You really don't. So on an AR-15, always have, if you're using magnification, always have 1x as an option. And that's why I don't necessarily like the ACOGs that much. I'd rather have the Elcan. With the Elcan, I can switch between 1x and 4x, whereas with the ACOG, it's only 4x. And that's it. Never give up your 1x. You always want to have the wide field of vision, which is the situational awareness. And when you're running an AR-15, you're probably operating at something under 300 yards, probably something under 100 yards. So you don't even need the magnification. You're just going to lose situational awareness because you're staring down some highly magnified tunnel, and that's not helping you stay safe or defeat bad guys at all. But there are good quality variable optics from Trigicon and many other companies. A lot of good optics out there. I don't even know all the names. Schmidt and Bender, obviously good high quality optics. Vortex, a bunch of others. They're all good, but I'm not going to go into all the details because this is not a long range shooting class. This is more, zombie defense. Just make sure if you get a variable optic that you can crank it down to 1x. So you have the maximum amount of visibility and viewing angle, and that will help keep you aware and alive. For this section, we're going to talk about sanitizers and antibacterial substances and things that you need to not get killed by infectious disease during a collapse. Now, here's the sad truth about the way most people die during a collapse of society. They die from things as simple as diarrhea. They die from things as simple as scratches, scrapes, and cuts. There are no more antibiotics available from hospitals and pharmacies, typically. And unless you stocked up on fish antibiotics before the FDA outlawed those, then you're going to have to rely on other substances and treatments. Now, there's some good news in all of this. I've posted a video that's free on brighteon.com teaching you how to make your own colloidal silver using silver coins from the US Mint. It's actually pretty cool. You can stockpile silver coins and you can then turn them into medicine. And they work much better than silver wire. And all you need is 3 9-volt batteries, a couple of clothespins, a couple of pieces of like coat hanger wire, a glass jar, and some distilled water, which you can get by collecting rainwater. By the way, that's distilled water as well. So you can make your own medicine, i.e. colloidal silver. Be sure to check out that video. It's on brighteon.com. You can search for it there, find it for free. I think you do have to register your email just to watch it. Registration required, but if you have this course, you've already probably registered your email. So it's no big deal. Just type in the email again. You'll be able to watch that video. It's my own personal demonstration of how to make colloidal silver from silver coins. I think it's awesome. What else can you stockpile that is both money and medicine? Not very many things. But let's talk about some other things that would be a good idea to stock up on. You're going to need iodine. Almost any form is good. Dietary iodine is important for a lot of reasons, including if there is nuclear fallout, of course. But also don't forget povidone iodine, which is not consumable, but is useful for surgical prep or swabbing down wounds, killing germs in minor wounds. So povidone iodine, stock up on a lot of that. You can get it in bottles. You can also get it in little packet-sized swabs, small first aid kit size packets that you can carry with you. Also get some virucidal products. 3M makes quite a few. These are germicidal or virucidal type of products. You can search for these online. You can get germicide wipes. You can get a brand called Barbicide. There's another brand called Hydrocide. And then, of course, I always recommend get plenty of isopropyl alcohol, also known as IPA. That's just rubbing alcohol. Get it in a 70% or a 90% formulation. You can go get that probably at the grocery store, the pharmacy section of a grocery store or Walmart, that kind of place. Stock up on hydrogen peroxide, which is usually a pretty low percentage, like a 2% or a 5%. But through some online sources, you could purchase much stronger concentrations of hydrogen peroxide, such as 20 or 30%. Just be really, really careful with that stuff. It will harm your skin. It will oxidize your skin. It'll basically eat your skin very quickly. So be extremely cautious around that. Wear eye protection and latex gloves. Chlorine dioxide is another substance. It's also known as MMS. And of course, it's a highly controversial substance that the FDA hates and the FTC hates because certain people out there have been claiming that it treats COVID-19. And there haven't been any clinical trials on that yet, so we don't really know of any published science evidence that it could. But theoretically, it might be useful for all kinds of things because it does kill pathogens in your blood. In your blood. That's right. I have consumed chlorine dioxide myself, where you mix the two bottles to make the miracle mineral solution, as it's called, and you wait 30 seconds and then you drink that. And I've used it to eliminate symptoms of colds and things like that were coming on. So I stockpile chlorine dioxide. It's also useful for water purification as well. So you can use it to treat stored water so that you can give that water a longer shelf life. I'm just listing some of the things that might be useful for you here. A lot of different uses for these things. Make sure you have bandages. Make sure you have gauze and swabs, all kinds of ways to apply these antibacterial or antiviral substances. A lot of people say you should stock up on bleach. You can buy Pool Shock, which is kind of a condensed bleach block in like a hockey puck form. It's sodium hypochlorite, typically is what it is. And then you add that to water and it creates bleach. Whereas if you have liquid bleach, that it doesn't store that long, just a few years, and it kind of loses its potency. But if you're messing around with Pool Shock, understand that that stuff is also very toxic. And when you add it to water, you're creating, chlorine gas, and that could be dangerous if you're in a small room, an enclosed space or something like that, or you're using too much of it. So a lot of disclaimers with all this information here, even in addition to the disclaimer at the beginning of all this. I say be careful with some of these more aggressive chemicals that can kill pathogens. You do need to know what you're doing, but there's no harm in storing these things safely. No harm in that at all. And even if you don't know exactly the right way to use them, you might be able to connect with an EMT or a nurse or a physician or someone, maybe a prepper who knows more about these subjects than you do, and they could put these to good use. You might have to run an emergency treatment clinic for people who have wounds or something. Who knows? Or you might need to donate supplies to a local clinic because maybe there is a doctor who showed up and is willing to help people, but they need supplies. So you've got supplies. It's a good thing to have. As long as we're talking about medical supplies, it's also not a bad idea to have some wound stitches. You can get the stitching needles with the stitching lines. I don't know what you call them, the stitching thread, the filament. You can get those, buy those online. Perfectly legal to own. You can buy surgical scalpels and surgical tools. Not a bad idea to have some of those. And by the way, some of the chemicals I mentioned earlier can be used to sterilize these instruments because you'll probably have to use them over and over again. You can also buy disposable scalpels, things like that, which might be very useful for, medical purposes and so on. And it's not a bad idea to have tourniquets and other basic medical supplies that you might need, such as syringes, for example. Now, I'm not going to go into full details with medical supplies. There are lots of great lists that you can find online, such as a medical bug-out bag list or a medical trauma kit list. You can buy medical packs like emergency trauma packs and so on from many places online. Some are made for camping, some are made for survival and prepping and so on. I think they're all a great idea. You can't go wrong with purchasing those kits, so go ahead and stock up on them as much as you want. And I'm going to move on to flashlights and other things here, batteries, things like that, okay? So batteries really can be lifesavers during all of this. And it's not enough to just stock up on the lithium-based common batteries like AA's, 9 volts, and CR123s. Which are often used in, firearms-related equipment, hearing protectors, and so on. I think it's also important to get these rechargeable lithium-ion batteries called 18650s. Now, these 18650s are called that because they're 18 millimeters in diameter and 65 millimeters long, so 18650. And there's a brand that I particularly like, and it's called Nitecore, Nitecore. Go to nitecore.com, get on their email list, and they actually do a lot of marketing. They'll send you out specials all the time. You can get specials on their flashlights and camping lanterns and their batteries. And a lot of their flashlights and headlamps and things like that actually run on these 18650 batteries. What's great about these is that they're very powerful, much more powerful than a 9 volt or a AA or even a CR123. But they're also rechargeable. And the chargers are not that difficult to come by, and many of them can operate off of 12 volts. So you could, in a pinch, you could have a solar charger that charges a car battery, let's say, and then off the car battery, you could run a charger that charges these 18650 batteries that power flashlights and headlamps and camping lanterns and things like that. These batteries are really great for flashlights. Personally, I like to buy lights and lanterns and headlamps that use this battery, the 18650. It's my number one choice at this point. It's fine to have double A's, but a lot of the double A's, see, they're not lithium ions, so they don't recharge well, do they? Even if you buy rechargeable double A's, they pretty much suck, right? And have you ever played with rechargeable 9 volts? They suck even worse. There really aren't good options for rechargeable 9 volts or rechargeable double A's or even rechargeable CR123s. But the 18650s have a very good track record of being rechargeable and holding a lot of power. And they happen to be the right shape and size for flashlights and so on. So I really recommend the Nightcore company. Go on their website, check out their products. They make a lot of good things. I probably own a dozen or more of their products, and I think it's absolutely, well, perfect for survival and preparedness. Oh, by the way, I'm just looking at my notes here. I forgot to mention that it's a good idea to stockpile anti-diarrhea medicine because you don't want to die from diarrhea. And diarrhea is a big problem in a collapse when there's cholera and people don't have filtered water. Definitely stock up on sort of the generic versions of Imodium AD, I think is what it's called. And also not a bad idea to have anti-itch creams, antihistamine type of over-the-counter creams. I think anti-itch and anti-diarrhea and basic over-the-counter painkillers like ibuprofen and so on, it's always a great idea to stock up on that stuff because, you know, it can help with a lot of minor conditions. And I guess diarrhea could be more than just minor. And seriously, that can be life-saving in the right circumstances. So they're going to be really difficult to get your hands on after the collapse, but they're virtually, I mean, they're dirt cheap right now. You can go to your grocery store and you can buy generic brands, or you can go on Amazon and buy generic brands there. I would steer away from the higher priced name brands personally, because they're not very, not really worth it. You can get 2 or 3 times as much generic medicine as you can the name brand medicine. Now, in addition to the batteries that I mentioned, I think it's really important to have lighters. That is, Bic lighters. Now, I have made mistakes stocking up on generic brand lighters. And what I found over the years is that the generic brand lighters lose all of the lighter fluid. And then, of course, they no longer function as lighters. They suck. The Bic lighters continue to function year after year after year. So I've purchased trays of, like 100 Bic lighters at a time, the full-size ones and then the mini ones, and they're great. Lighters are almost magical devices. When it all hits the fan, you will absolutely wish that you had a Bic lighter. Really, a Bic brand lighter. Now, some people like to use the, I forgot the brand, the kind that you reload the lighter fluid into it, and then you flick it open and then start the fire that way. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, as far as simple, easy, disposable lighters, the Bic lighters are very good. They hold their fuel for many, many years, and they're basically priceless in a collapse scenario. So definitely get some lighters. In addition, get some fire steel devices that allow you to start fires with, usually it's a magnesium rod and some kind of sliding piece of metal. It's called like a fire steel fire starting device. And there are many different forms of this. They're on survival kits, and sometimes they're parts of survival bracelets and things like that. I do think it's a great idea to get these because they last forever, literally forever. There's no fuel to run out. I mean, until you start scraping it off. I guess over time you could scrape through it, but I mean, it's not going to just disappear unless you start using it. So they don't need electricity. They don't need batteries. They don't need liquid fuel. They're good forever until the day you need them. And they always work because magnesium shavings are very flammable, it turns out. You can also buy, speaking of magnesium shavings, you can buy magnesium shavings that you can add to a pile of leaves or whatever. And then with one flick of your lighter, you can light it up and start a fire and have a cooking area or whatever you're trying to do there out in the wilderness. It's a good idea to have fire starting devices and have some know-how about how to start fires. A lot of people really suck at starting fires out in nature. It's amazing. They don't understand how oxygen has to get to the fire and how the air has to flow up through the fuel. They don't know how to stack it up with the right layers. They don't understand how to find dry material, how to start with small material like grasses or even moss, and then move up to leaves, and then move up to small twigs, and then move up to larger sticks, and so on. A lot of people really don't know how to start fires, which is amazing. I guess nobody's going to the Cub Scouts anymore or whatever. I've seen people just try to hold a lighter to a log. Like, well, how come it's not burning? Dude, because you need some smaller fuel underneath that log with some surface area, You just try to light a log. They've had these artificial fireplaces in their apartments or something, and they're used to everything lighting just like magic with propane gas. In any case, get yourself some lighters and some fire steel devices. You can't go wrong. Water filters are really critical in all of this, and you almost can't own too many. I say that for starters, have a gravity filter, such as a Berkey filter, and in addition to the gravity filter, have a hand-pumped filter. And I think the real high-end brand of the hand-pump filters is Katadyn, Katadyn. They make a number of very, very high-end, largely stainless steel-based pumping parts with a ceramic filter element inside. And they can handle, in some cases, I think 10,000 or 20,000 gallons, depending on the cleanliness of the water. I would avoid pump filters that are less than, let's say, $50. They're probably junk, but there are some decent ones starting at $100 and up. And there are many high-quality camping equipment companies that offer various portable water filters. Do some research. I mean, I use the Katadyn filters, so that's the one I recommend. You can't go wrong with that. There's some other brands out there that are also good. Just do your research. Again, have a gravity filter and a hand pump filter. I also think it's not a bad idea to have a really small portable filter in a bug out bag. You've also seen these water straws. For example, you suck the water through the straw and it gets filtered as you're doing that. Doesn't seem to me like those would work on much water, much volume. So they might be emergency use only, but in a pinch, they could be good. Might be good. There are also some portable hanging bag water filters where you load up a bag that you hang off a tree or something, and then it gravity filters through a filtration element and then goes into a receptacle. And when there's no water in these things, they're very portable. Like you can put them in your backpack and you can go camping, and then you can set it up on a tree and fill it with water, and it'll drip through some pure water that's safe to drink. Don't forget about the iodine-based water purification tablets. Those are available out there. Multiple uses, but they do make the water taste like, of course, iodine. But most people are deficient in iodine, so it's probably not such a big deal. There are also water treatment liquids out there, like there's one called Purinize, Purinize. I don't know the ingredients of Purinize, but it probably kills through oxygen, just basically oxidation of pathogens. That works very well, and that's basically the same mechanism as also hydrogen peroxide, or frankly chlorine dioxide as well. Oxygen does kill pathogens if you can put it in contact with the pathogens. So I don't know what this product contains, or there may be others out there that use different chemicals and so on. Just my overall advice is to have different ways to purify water. Have ways that can be used immediately, have some that are gravity based, have some that are hand pumped, maybe something that's portable, maybe something that is a tablet that you add to water, and so on. I think that's actually really smart. Have multiple ways. By the way, just looking at Purinize and some other similar substances, it looks to me like they are flocculants that are typically used for cleaning water, like industrial scale water filtration. I know that they contain typically quite a lot of aluminum and silica. So just be careful about anything that contains aluminum in it. And flocculants are widely known to treat water on an industrial scale. I'm just not sure about the long-term safety of consuming flocculants orally. I mean, they do agglomerate the impurities in the water and typically cause them to settle in the bottom of the vial where you would not be drinking them. But again, I'm not too sure about aluminum. So just be careful with that. And did you know, by the way, that you can also purify water using nothing but a transparent plastic bottle and sunlight? That's right. If you subject water to sunlight for, a particular amount of time, reaching a certain temperature and a certain amount of UV radiation from the sun, then that is sterilizing or purifying all by itself. It's a low-tech method that's been used throughout developing nations and African nations. It requires full sun, obviously, and I think many hours. I don't recall the exact specs of this, but in a pinch, you can literally just load water into water bottles, put it on something like a piece of tin, like a metal plate that would reflect some heat, maybe a panel from the side of a barn or something like that, R panel as it's called, and lay it out so it's facing the sun and let it sit there for 8 hours. And probably 8 hours would do it, but do your own research on this just to be sure. And then you would have water where all the pathogens have been killed. So, if you've got more time, you can go low tech, and it actually works. Now, a final word on all this gear, whether it's camping gear, flashlights, medical gear, or helmets, or ballistic vests, or what have you. It's really crucial to have hands-on practice using the gear. I can't tell you how many times I've acquired gear and have then gone to use it and have found out it's got problems. Oh, these helmet chin straps are too small. I bought the helmet size too small, let's say. Or, oh my gosh, this battery charger is broken, or this battery pack doesn't fit the device that it was supposed to fit, or this radio doesn't work, or whatever. Or this bottle was actually broken. Maybe you bought a bottle of iodine you thought was good. Turns out it's broken. All the iodine leaked out and you didn't know it. It's really crucial to use the gear that you have and just practice with it. Take it out of the package. If you've got a water filter device, know how to use it, know how to clean it, and actually practice using it. You could filter your tap water. You don't want to drink tap water anyway, because that's full of toxic chemicals thanks to your local city. So why not filter that tap water and also practice using your filter at the same time? Practice wearing your chest rig. Put it on. Put the gear in it. Walk around with it. Take a walk on your own property. Otherwise, people might call the cops on you if you're walking around the city park with a chest rig. They might say, there's a terrorist. No, it's not a terrorist. We're just practicing for the zombie apocalypse. That's all. So you can put the gear in your chest rig. You can walk around. You can practice reloading your rifle in your own living room to make sure that the positioning of the rifle mags is correct in your chest rig. You can do a lot without live ammo. Dry fire practice, as it's called. You can just do dry fire. You can practice with empty firearms. You need to know where your gear is. Try reloading your rifle with your eyes closed. Try it in low light. Try it with night vision on. See how that goes, because it can get, very tricky, rather complicated. So these are all important things to keep in mind. Practice and get into the habit of the muscle memory of accessing your equipment, using your equipment, reholstering your equipment or storing it back where it was on your body, and also just putting on the equipment. The first time you put on a chest rig, it might take you 5 minutes to figure it out. Where does this strap go? I need to adjust this. And then after you put it on 100 times, it becomes second nature, like putting on a pair of shoes. So practice putting it on and taking it off. Now, here's a good example of that. So I've carried a sidearm pistol for well over 20 years. And so every time that I am going to use the restroom, I don't just take the pistol out of my holster and set it somewhere and then use the toilet. Because, by the way, it's a bad idea to use the toilet with your gun on, as your gun is probably sweeping your leg when if you're pulling your pants down to use a toilet. Not to get too graphic here, but it's true. So I always remove the gun before I use the toilet. And I don't just remove it. I actually draw it and go into a combat grip and get a sight picture every time. And then after using the toilet, put your pants back on, reholster the gun. So if you use the toilet, I don't know, let's just say 3 times a day, then that's 3 times that you've practiced the gun draw and the sight picture and then reholstering your gun. You know, you multiply that by a year, you got about 1,000 practice draws that you otherwise wouldn't have. And you do this over 20 years, you got about 20,000 times that you've drawn that pistol. You think you get good at something after 20,000 times of practicing it? Yes. And so you can incorporate these movements into your daily routine. Everybody has to use the toilet. Everybody has to get up in the morning. Everybody's got to make breakfast. Everybody's got to get a glass of water. Everybody's got to brush their teeth. I mean, think about ways that you can incorporate movements and habits into your daily lifestyle to reinforce the training that you want to master. This is a very important principle. You make it part of your daily habit. So it's not just something that you do once a year. Oh, I'm going to practice drawing 50 times once a year. That's not really good enough. It needs to be something that your body and your muscles are used to every day. Find a way to make it a daily habit. And the best way to do that when it comes to a pistol is to just wear the thing. Wear it every day. I mean, maybe you can't wear it at your workplace or your job or whatever, but wear it every day when you're home. You get home, put on your gun belt. Or on the weekends, put on your gun belt. Wear the gun around your house. You know, where it's legal, obviously. And if it's not, you're living in the wrong city. But I wear my primary pistol every day, all the time. If I'm in the house, if I'm outside the house, I have that pistol. And so it becomes so routine and so natural. It's just part of the normal thing. You know, like I have my car keys. You know, I've got my knife. I've got my Leatherman tool. I've got my flashlight. Oh, and I got my pistol. And I got backup ammo magazine and so on. And sometimes if I'm wearing a backup gun, I've got that backup gun as well. And it just feels normal. I don't even notice it. In fact, I have to check that it's there. Sometimes if I'm thinking, oh, I'm about to, go somewhere. Maybe I'm going to hop in the car and drive somewhere. I have to actually check and make sure, oh, do I have that pistol? Yeah. Got to make sure I've still got it because I can't even feel it anymore. It's so natural. And that's the right attitude. That's the right way to do these things. Just like you don't think about tying your shoes. You don't think about how to zip up a jacket. You don't think about how to drive a car. You just do it. It's just completely normal to you. So when these survival skills get to that level, then you'll have that mastered when you're under pressure. You're being attacked. You're panicking or something. The end of the world has come. You don't have to think about it because your body, your muscles, your mind already knows how to do it because you've been doing it thousands and thousands of times. Whether it's using the water filter, whether it's turning on the red dot sights, racking the slide of a pistol, recharging your rifle, swapping out magazines, turning on the radio, choosing the frequency, turning on your night vision, whatever it is, lighting a fire, it becomes natural. And this is the mastery that will save your life because things are going to get crazy. And those who don't have these skills are far more likely to die. These skills can be life-saving. So don't stop with just acquiring the gear. Go all the way into the mastery of the skills of using the gear as best you can. And even with firearms, doesn't mean that you're the best shot ever. You're not going to be the best sharpshooter, probably. But the familiarity with handling the pistol, drawing it, acquiring a target, getting a sight picture, swapping magazines, racking the slide, reholstering the pistol, that has nothing to do really with accuracy of where your shots go, but it has everything to do with your level of confidence in being able to deploy that pistol when you need to. Your body is used to it. Your hands are used to finding it in the right position, grabbing it, deploying it. And all of that matters. Because believe me, when you're under pressure, you won't be able to think. The logical, rational side of your brain will be totally disconnected. And you're going to be running on habit. So what habits are you building? Which habits are you developing? Are they habits that can save your life? Those are the habits that will matter. And that's why going through these motions thousands and thousands of times is actually a big part of the secret to mastering all this. You want to be able to pick up a rifle and go through motions and just not even have to think about it. The same way you walk down the street and you don't have to think about the muscles in your back and the muscles in your legs and the muscles in your feet. You just do it. Even though the first time you did it, when you were 6 months old or whatever, you fell down all the time. It was difficult trying to control all those muscles. I know everybody didn't walk at 6 months old, but some people didn't walk till much, much later. But whatever, however long it takes you to master walking, it's perfectly fine. You just do it until it becomes natural. There you go.